So let's get
Oh,
started with recap. Zach, why don't you take it away?
okay. All right. You just didn't even intro the podcast. All right. I like
Oh,
the style of this one. It's very loosey goosey. Who am I? Who are you? Gives a shit. What's going on?
oh yeah.
Let's start off with this recap. I just got a notification that Grandma Sack is using my Steam account to play Danganronpa. So that's that recap right there.
It's the only recap we need.
Yeah. So moving on from the recap now.
Grandma Sack's got taste. She's got exquisite taste.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what I've been up to. I spent way too much money on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I bought a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I got some good pulls. I got a collector's rare, so that was cool. And I bought like one booster box because I always wanted to open a booster box ever since I was a kid. And I got a booster box and I actually pulled a fucking Starlight Rare. So that's some goddamn luck if I've ever heard it.
I used to
Uh,
do boosty boxes when I played Magic. I would just buy like two booster boxes of whatever set just came out.
yeah.
That was my thing, yeah, for a while.
Oh man. But yeah, I couldn't believe I got a fucking. I was like, my hands were shaking and like my breath caught when I pulled that fucking Starlight Rare. Because like it's supposed to be like one every two cases. So that's one like Starlight Rare over like 240 like booster packs, I think. Something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like a crazy pull. And so I pulled like an almost $200 card just with one box. I was pretty excited about that. Honest confession though, Starlight Rares, you know how I mentioned last time, like gold rares look like crap on like a video, but then when you're actually holding them, you're like, this is really cool looking.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Starlight Rares look really cool on video, but when you're holding them, you're like, wow, that looks fucking stupid.
So it's the adverse effect.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite. You're just like, oh man, this card is worth like $200. Too bad it looks like garbage.
Sorry.
Oh shit. I mean, I'm still partial to it, but it's mostly because it's worth $200 and not
Fair enough.
and not because it's a pretty card. Um, yeah, I spent way too much money on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I immediately regretted it. I also had my birthday celebration. That went pretty good. Oh fuck, Duck! I forgot to add something to the topics list.
Oh.
John, we're getting a surprise topic.
Ooh, surprise.
Surprise topic. I'll put it in. I'll move this topic and then move this topic, and I will put that one, and I will do this one
I will have to open up
because
Discord.
I forgot everything I did this month.
Me too, actually.
Anyway,
It was like kind of hard to like think about some shit.
yeah. So I had my birthday celebration. It was great. It was the best birthday I think I've probably ever had. The next day, crippling food poisoning.
Oof.
I was supposed to like do so much shit in the month of April. I was fucking laid out for a full week with food poisoning. It was so aggressive. I was just shitting and puking everywhere constantly. It was terrible. And at one point, when I was feeling better, this is when I was feeling better, not even at like peak worseness. I was like on my computer, you know, sitting in my chair, and then I just kind of slid off my chair and just laid on the ground. And I'm like, I feel like absolute garbage. I'm gonna lie on the ground until this feeling goes away. So I laid on the ground for 5 hours straight.
I feel like I came into the stream when you were talking about this, yeah.
Yeah, I did not feel good. It was really bad. So I wasn't able to stream a lot in April. And then I managed to get over it eventually. I got over my food poisoning. It spent like a day without any problems. And then for the next 3 days, I had the most crippling fucking headache.
Yeah, yeah. That's been happening to me a lot lately too.
Yeah.
That happened to me last Saturday and
over.
Thursday, right? Was it or Friday? Friday or
yeah.
Thursday? I don't remember which one.
Oh my god, it was not fucking great. I felt like shit all month, so I didn't really get to stream all that much. Um, but I did get a ring light, which is why I have such good lighting now.
I need to get me one of those. My lighting's a
Yeah.
little. My lighting's not bad in this room though, so that's why I'm like not.
Yeah. Also, inside scoop, I got a green screen, but
Yeah,
it's not
mine's.
ready yet.
I don't know where to put mine. Like that's my one thing right now. Is like, I don't know where to put it, and I have all this cool stuff back here now that I can actually like show off and display. So I'm like, do I use my green screen? I don't know. The people.
Yeah, there's fucking nothing behind me,
Yeah.
so I don't have that problem. The
Wait.
issue I have with my green screen is I'm in a corner. The
Mhm.
way I record is in a corner. And I didn't realize that would be a problem, but my green screen isn't like long enough to take up the whole space, and it's also at a kind of a weird angle, so I have to get another green screen to cover my curtains.
Hmm. Did
But
you
then
what?
I'll be set up.
Did you get like one of the circular ones, like one of those ones, or did you get like the one that I have that's just like a
I have a T
basically?
stand.
Okay, you have a T stand, yeah.
I have a T stand.
Yeah, because like if you didn't already get it, I would just say get like the one that I have, and like what I did is I rigged it up with like a piece of string, so that way I could like pull it back like a curtain when I wasn't using it, and it like covered like a good span of area. But you already got the T stand.
Yeah, I got a T stand. Let's see. Other thing I've did, I had to check if this was before or after the last podcast. It was after. I actually released Water episode 12, entitled WIWR number 12, JoJo, Pokemon, Mononoke, and Dragon Ball Super Ascendance of a Bookworm, and Your Underwear, because I couldn't fit the full title, which is I want you to make a disgusted face and show me your underwear. It's only 25 minutes, 45 seconds, so I managed to get the fucking length of that shit down. And I just talk about, I feel like I should probably start mentioning what I actually talk about in these episodes so people can tell if they want to check it out. So if you'll pardon my plug here.
No, plug
I talk
away,
about,
plug away, man.
yeah, Thus Spoke Rohan Kishibe, Pokemon Advanced Generation, the first and second season of Mononokean. I don't really talk about the second season of Mononokean, but I mention it. Dragon Ball Super Broly, whatever the fuck this is, I talked about it. Oh, Ascendance of a Bookworm. Yeah, I talked about Ascendance of a Bookworm. And I want you to make a disgusted face and show me your underwear, season 2. And I also talked about JoJo Part 5, Vento Arreo.
Sounds like a pretty awesome episode, actually.
It's a pretty good episode, and I managed to shut myself up so this one didn't last for an hour, despite having almost as many topics as the last one. I'm really trying to work on that as far as water goes. I'm trying to make them shorter.
That's fair. Yeah.
They started squished stack, because I feel like they're getting out of hand. And as for what I've done for the rest of the month, we have unfortunately managed to not get past Persona 5 Strikers because of me being laid out in bed. So we've just been doing Persona 5 Strikers. We're in Dungeon 5 of 8 now.
Man, you did like a 10-hour stream the other week. Like,
oh yeah, but what's a 10-hour stream to me?
I know.
You know
I like woke up and like I was like just like glanced at like who was on at like 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, the fuck is Sack still doing up?
I kind of have recently been using Hololive VTuber Corone as a sort of inspiration. Specifically, one amazing anecdote about her stream schedules, which is someone once woke up and she was just starting her stream. You know, they ate breakfast, they went to work, they got back home in time for dinner. She was still streaming, so they watched her while they were eating dinner. Then they go to bed, and then they woke up in the morning to her just now finishing off yesterday's stream.
Jesus.
So she's my inspiration. I want to be that.
I know, because like I watch a couple people like in the morning, like when I'm getting ready, and then I like when I'm at work, like doing my opening stuff, and I just like scroll through. I'm like, Sack's on? Like, what the? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
That's all I've been up to. I took up a massive time block, but I had a lot going on. I thought my little floor anecdote was interesting. So, what have you been up to, John?
Well, in the last month, I've obviously moved. I'm in the new room /studio/apartment. It's a work in progress. I still have pictures that are literally sitting right there, like not even fucking hung up. You can kind of see them. But yeah, moved into here. Been playing a couple different things. A couple things we'll talk about tonight. Get back on a regular, semi-regular streaming habit. Fortunately, there's been some nights where I just haven't felt good and stuff like that. I've been getting really bad headaches. Got a camera that I'm trying to set up for stream, but you know, pain. Been trying to work on YouTube stuff, but I don't know. Just got to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do yet. So, other than that, I mean, not much has really gone on this past month. I've watched a couple movies, a couple animes. No spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodborne's been fun.
Okay,
yeah,
so you've been playing Bloodborne.
Yeah, stream right now is the three things we're playing. I'm going with a 3 series type structure right now. Seems to be working out. Right now we're playing Bayonetta, Bloodborne, and Pokemon on Nuzlocke randomized. So,
Which Pokemon?
Emerald.
Okay, all right. Everyone keeps wanting, like, I've been requested to do like, hey Zach, would you ever do Nuzlocke? And I'm like, no.
It's the best.
It's the exact opposite of the kind of thing I would normally do.
Yeah, it's a fun challenge, but boy, when you get to the first gym, you get fucking slaughtered by a Growlithe, and you have to re-randomize and restart over. It's sure is a hassle.
Oh yeah, speaking of Pokemon, it seems like they welcome Adam Briggs.
Thank you, man.
It seems like they got the emulator working for Pokemon X, so I'm actually have confirmed an X playthrough after Undertale, it looks like.
Ooh, Undertale.
After
fun fact,
Undertale.
I'm not a huge fan of that game. Which you would think it's retro looking and it has awesome music. I love the music for it and just don't get it.
Undertale. Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about Pokemon X.
Oh no, I love Pokemon X. That's a great Pokemon entry.
Okay, you confused the shit out of me when you said it's retro looking, and I'm like, what?
No, because I remember when Undertale came out, like everyone's like, "Yo, you got to try this game. Like this is like right up your alley with games." I'm like, "Yeah, totally." And like I bought it for like $15 or whatever. I started playing. I'm like, I'm going to give it another try eventually. But for the first time, I was not a fan.
Yeah, I mentioned that I had Undertale, that I like bought it a while ago during my Strikers stream, and then Pache's like, "You have Undertale. When's the Undertale playthrough?" And I'm like, I don't know. I don't have any current plans for it. And then he used my most hated command, but I feel it is completely necessary to give back to the community, so it has to exist, which is the game request command to request Undertale.
Yeah, I did the bastard thing, and I turned that off.
Huh?
I'm a bastard man, so I turned that off.
I feel like people stick around for my streams for so long that it's just like not fair. Like I feel like I should like extend an olive branch and be like, here, you should get the ability to, every once in a while request a game and, get to decide what I'm doing, just as a little incentive to stick around partially, but also as the sort of reward. So Undertale got added to the docket. And then like the next stream or the stream after that added the fucking most obscure game I've ever heard of in my goddamn life, by Shoujo Senshi Sailor Moon Another Story, which is like a Sailor Moon RPG on the SNES. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
You never seen the Sailor Moon game on SNES?
No.
It's all right, yeah.
Oh, well, it's on the fucking docket now.
It's a fun beat 'em up one. It's nothing special, but it's a fun game. Like,
well, apparently it's like a fan translation. Like it only exists as fan. Yeah,
it's a Super Famicom only release. They got all like the anime. They got like Yu games. They had a whole bunch of Dragon Ball Z games that we didn't get. It's Sailor Moon games like Yeah, they had a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, like we got a Fist of the North Star game on NES, but it was weird.
Yeah.
That would be dope,
So
Grace. That would be dope. I would love to watch that. Um,
what, the Sailor Moon one or the Undertale
um,
one?
I'm gonna watch both. Yeah,
Okay. Well,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, since I have a queue, we're doing Persona 5 Strikers, Persona 4 Ultimax, Echo Knight 2, Lord of Nightmare, maybe, which was another Pache request, and then the 3 good God of Wars, and then we get into the by Sojo, Senshi, Another Story, Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, Undertale, Pokemon X, blah blah.
yeah. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do on the stream after what we got going on. As you can see, people are contributing points to the Superman 64 playthrough, which I'm really looking forward to. That hits
Mm-hmm.
goal.
I don't know why you made this goal if you were dreading it so
Because
hard.
everyone's been asking me. I'm like, well, we gotta make it like a goal somehow. And I was like, I'm not gonna monetize it. So I was like, channel point rewards.
Yeah.
Because why
Yeah,
not?
fair enough.
Yeah. So
Pardon.
it's mostly to torture me. So yeah, that'll be fun. Like after Bloodborne, I'm just not sure what I'm gonna do, to be honest. And Bayonetta, like I just randomly bought it for like $8 or some shit. So I was like, I gotta play that. But
For Steam?
yeah, on Steam. Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what I played it on. I played Bayonetta on 360, but when I did buy it Bayonetta 2 on Wii U because I had to justify owning a Wii U somehow.
Fair enough.
I also got a free copy of Bayonetta for the Wii.
I feel like yeah, Code Vein. I have that game as well. Yeah.
Code Vein is better than Bloodborne.
I don't know. I really like Bloodborne.
I said it. I said it.
So here's the public PSA. I think Bloodborne's. I think it is. I love Code. I like Code Vein too. That's another game I'd have to beat too.
The best. We're talking the best Soulsborne game.
Yeah.
Like we're talking Demons, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. Yeah. I disagree. I think Dark Souls 1 is the best.
See, Dark Souls
quality-wise.
DS1 is right underneath Bloodborne for me, and then Demon Souls is right underneath DS1, and then 3, then 2. I think 2 is...
2 is better than 3, and if you don't think so, wait a few years and you'll see how fucking right I am. Because when 3 came out, I said, this game is fucking garbage. In a few years, people are going to look back and be like, wow, this game is fucking garbage. And you know what happened, John? That.
Yeah.
So if you think 3 is worse than 2, wait for it. Fucking wait for it.
I think I need to get... So those 2 games are the only 2 games that I haven't... Well, I haven't finished Bloodborne yet. I mean, I'm pretty far into it. Like, we're halfway done through the DLC. We just got, Mikolash and Canehurst Castle, Murgo's Wet Nurse, and Gurman. I
fucking love Murgo.
Yeah. Like, we only have a couple bosses left in Bloodborne, but, like, I love it. I think it's a faster paced action that I like it more in that game, and, like, the creepiness of that game. But I do, like, DS1 is like the perfect Dark Souls game.
If we're talking like quality and not preference, DS1 is the best one by far.
Yeah, I would also agree with that, but for me, preference wise, I'd have to put Bloodborne on top of it. Just because
if we're talking
action.
Preference, I have made no secret that DS2 is my favorite.
I don't know. There's something about DS2.
And if we're talking quality, Demon Souls is straight up the worst one. That game is broken on almost every level.
It is broken, but I do
as
love
much
it.
as I think Dark Souls 3 is absolute trash, Demon Souls, the original, is a fucking broken piece of shit.
Eventually, I do have the PS5 version, so eventually I do want to play that.
Okay.
I do have it.
But
it's not even open yet.
Quality discussion, I have to say Demon Souls is literally broken.
I think I just have to rank it the way I do because I haven't beaten like the other ones. You know, like I haven't beaten DS2 yet, obviously, because we haven't touched that playthrough in God knows how long. So I'm stuck in that one part. DS3, like I've gotten pretty far.
Just kill the dudes on stream. I don't know why you're so stubborn about that, man.
I don't know. I'm just stuck.
Just fucking kill him on stream or get good.
So the funny thing was, 2 days ago, I actually started up Demon Souls or Dark Souls 2, and to go do that part to start killing them, I got 5 minutes into it and I died, and I said, "Fuck this shit," and I played Monster Hunter World. Great game, by the way, Monster Hunter World. Love that game. Can't recommend it.
Yeah,
I love Monster Hunter games.
It's no secret I have soured on the Soulsborne games as a whole.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing, I went on a speech at the end of my DS2 playthrough, my curtain call for that game, that was so impassioned and like so eloquent that I was accused of having prepared it beforehand.
There's a clip on the channel, right? On your channel there, right?
Of that speech? I don't believe so. Okay. I mean, the full VOD is on YouTube, but like, I do not believe that speech was clipped. Maybe I should like re-upload it. But yeah, the basic crux of it is like, as a game, DS2 is a little shaky. But what it succeeds at that the others doesn't is it's creating an actually interesting story and having arcs for its characters. Like actual arcs, and not, I'm a person, never mind I'm dead, or I'm a person, never mind I'm crazy now, which is what all the other games think a character arc looks
like. That's basically Bloodborne in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Like Alfred, he just goes crazy. Like everyone just goes crazy. Simon.
No, that's all of them.
Just everyone goes crazy.
That's all of them except for 2, which is what makes 2 the best as far as writing goes. The only issue with 2 is it was designed to function as part of a series, so part of it narrative don't stand alone. But then Dark Souls 3 just dropped the ball so hard on the story that the story beats of 2 didn't matter anyway.
Yeah, they kind of just like, oh, one worked better, so let's just
existed,
do that.
Dark Souls 2's story is by far the best.
Yeah.
And everyone should ignore Dark Souls 3 ever existed, because that game is fucking garbage.
That's fair. Can't wait for Elden Ring.
I'm literally not gonna play it.
Okay, you heard it here. Zach said he's not gonna play it, so if he does play it, we're gonna replay this clip for him.
You would have to actually pay me. Like, you would have to give me actual money to play it.
How much are we talking?
At least the amount to cover the game, and then some for emotional trauma.
I'll give you $100.
That'll do it. but I don't know if I can play it. Like, if it's on Steam, sure.
It'll probably come out on Steam. I would assume it'd come on Xbox Series X, PS5.
If it comes out on Steam, I'll play it for $100.
Oh, you heard it here. We gotta do a donation goal for $100 so Zach will play Elden Ring. We'll co-op it, okay? Like you'll be playing and I'll be playing at the same time. We'll do that.
Yeah, I for the record, you could probably get me to play a lot of games if you pay for them.
You heard that. So if you want Zach to play a game, Superman 64, $100, and he can play that for fucking free. That was a joke for the longest time. Like, pay me $100 and I'll play Superman 64. So.
Yeah.
And here we are, probably gonna play that and make.
You're probably gonna play it. Yeah.
Anyways, so that was the recap.
That was the recap. How does every podcast devolve into me shitting on Dark Souls 3?
It does, and I love it.
How do we always get there?
We just do somehow. Well, because we both played them, so it's like it just happens to come up. You know,
we both played Pokemon, and we don't talk about Pokemon every time.
Yeah, all you miss is recap made. Yeah. Not really. I mean, we just ranted about Dark Souls for like 10 minutes. Dark Souls in general, yeah. I mean, hey, we play the games, we talk about them, and then we just go off on tangents sometimes. Whatever. So
yeah, and then I shit on Dark Souls 3.
So where did you add your second topic or your added one?
After the
third
other game, not the next one, the game after that. You know that one, RCG.
Yeah.
After that.
Okay. All right. So let's go into to the first actual topic, which actually isn't going to take too long. I just want to talk about it. So, first topic is Halo. Not specifically, well, Halo 3 specifically, because I've been playing a lot with a couple friends of mine. We've been getting into like the custom matches and stuff. I've been playing Griffball, and boy, do I love that game mode so much. It's so much
Actually, we should
fun.
do it next.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let's do it
sorry
next.
to
Yeah.
catch you there. We should probably do it next. Now that I'm looking at the schedule harder.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we can pepper it in after this
Okay.
one. Yeah. But yeah, like so, yeah, we've been playing a lot lately, and thank God it's on Game Pass because if I had to pay for a Halo Master Chief like one more time in my life, I'd probably scream. But the glory of Game Pass, just download and you get all the goddamn Halos. So since my transition from controller to keyboard and mouse has been a very unsmooth transition. Fun fact about Halo 3. I played Halo 3 when it came out in 2007 or whatever. So much that I ended up joining an MLG team and playing in actual tournaments, and I was very good. Flash forward to 2021. I am not good anymore. It's hilarious how good. If I still had clips of that shit, like my play style back then, and then I did clips side by side now, everyone would probably fucking vomit because it's fucking trash. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But I mean, back then it was different. I had a controller. I didn't have a job back then, so literally all I did was be 17 and play Halo 3. Now I'm almost 30. Almost 31. I'm almost 31 years old. Sorry, every time I say it, it hurts. And now I don't have time to just sit here and play. I'm pretty sure you told me how about you went to Halo to do well. Yeah, I used to do like really well. Like I used to win a couple bucks. Like playing and shit. That would actually go to the dude I was living at the time because I would just pay rent by playing Halo, which is pretty cool. It was fun. Yeah, like I remember the night it came out, we like literally waited at GameStop at like 10:30 and shit. We waited in line for like an hour and a half to get our like special edition like Master Chief box and shit, which obviously unfortunately I don't have anymore, or it would probably be displayed somewhere here. But it's been really fun actually coming back and like playing this game after so long, and like getting back into sort of Combat Evolved is the only Halo that you played. Combat Evolved is, I remember that game came out, like my dad would only buy me Nintendo consoles growing up. So I had the GameCube, but my neighbor right across the street had the Xbox. So I'd always go over and play on its Xbox, and obviously one of the games he had was Halo, so that's kind of when I got into it. And then when Halo 2 came out, like LAN parties became more of a thing, and like we would go to people's houses and we'd have these like huge Halo 2 LAN parties and just play Halo 2 all night. So when 3 came out, it was like a huge deal because like online was more of a thing at that point. So like we wouldn't have to go to people's houses and stuff. Fun fact: John Stein works for Nintendo. I wish he actually. Fun fact: he did work for Hasbro. He did not work for Nintendo, but he did actually work for Hasbro, which was great because I used to love it. Still do. So don't play FPS. Do 2016. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so like when that guy and when Halo 3 came out, like it was a lot easier to play with people, and I met a really awesome group of friends. Some of them actually went on to do Red versus Blue and voice a couple of the characters on that show and stuff, which was awesome. So like that part of my life was really cool, and then coming back to it now and playing this game now, it's still fun. It's like we had so much fun like the last couple nights playing this game, like, and just like thinking about it. Like I tried to look up some of the dudes like I used to play with too, just to be like, hey, how you doing? It's been 12 years, but how's it going? Unfortunately, I can't find any of them because like we all grow, we all have lives. It's people don't play Xbox anymore and whatever. But yeah, it's been one hell of a return to the world of Halo, and I only played the multiplayer right now. I'm not playing any of the story stuff. I thought about doing like a series on it, but I don't know. I don't typically play FPSs on stream, so I don't know. I mean, we did play. Sorry to interrupt. How do you feel about the Chinese rocket hitting near you? What Chinese rocket? What are you talking about? I mean, yeah, we play like Doom and stuff like that, but and that one night where aren't our box games on PC now? A good majority of them, yeah, especially on Game Pass too. I love that deep stare that you're giving me right now because I'm staring you right in the fucking face and it's creepy. I feel fine about it. I've lived a long life. But yeah, anyone who has Game Pass and you just want something to fuck around with, do the Oh, that's nowhere near me then. Do the I'm like miles away from it. But yeah, if you have Game Pass and you're just looking for something to screw around with some of the custom matches, like there's racing shit, there's like a whole bunch of different versions of like infected and like the zombie modes and stuff now. Yeah, I know, right? Like I thought it was frozen for that. That's why it's staring into my soul. I'm talking. But yeah, go check it out. I mean, it's still a great game. It's a lot of fun to play. It's definitely not as toxic as it was when it came out. It's just a lot of dudes just hopping on there having fun. So that's all I really got to say.
So two very important questions. I'm kind of missed the opening part of the monologue. Did you do the story mode or did you just play online?
We were just playing online, yeah.
Okay. All right. What here you mentioned Red versus Blue?
Yes. I played.
Who did you
what
play with that worked on Red versus Blue?
The guy who voiced Caboose and somebody else. I can't remember.
Joel Heyman.
Yeah. And I want to say the leader of the red team. I can't remember. But I played Halo 3 with both of them for a good while.
Matt Hullum.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have made no secret about this, but first off, I'm the hugest Red vs. Blue fan.
I also love it too. So
yeah, stop watching after season 13 or 10, depending on how you're feeling. That's my advice. That's not me saying that's when I stopped. I'm just saying my advice: either stop at the end of season 10 or at the end of season 13. If Red vs. Blue had ended at the end, like season 13 was the ending of the whole show, would have been the best fucking series finale I have ever seen.
I haven't watched it in a while,
like it would have been easy top 5, top 3 even. Like absolutely amazing ending.
Yeah, it was like up on Netflix for a while, wasn't it, or some shit?
I have no idea.
I remember watching it.
Neither Joel Heyman nor Matt Hullum are still part of Rooster Teeth, and the company is allegedly in the toilet right now. But yeah, the subsidiary of Rooster Teeth, like the side branch Achievement Hunter, was a direct inspiration for me starting Let's Plays.
So there's some sack origin story right there.
Oh yeah, I've talked about it a lot. My main influences are the Best Friends Zaibatsu, Achievement Hunter, and the Terraria Next World Generation story playthrough with Jesse Cox and Total Biscuit.
Oh, I love Jesse Cox.
Yeah,
he's good. Yeah, I wouldn't really. I can't really think of like an inspiration type thing for streaming.
There are literal tears down my face now, by the way.
Why is that?
Because I stared at a camera for like 2 minutes without playing game.
You were peering into my soul, and it was uncomfortable.
My vision turned completely white, and I just went blind.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm like just talking, and I just look at the camera. I'm like, what the? It's like you're this entire monitor too, so like it's just dead face, right? Right?
Yeah.
Well, so yeah, that's actually pretty cool. So like you never know who you're gonna meet. You never know who you're gonna play with, which was fucking awesome at the time too. But
I'm sorry, I asked a question and forgot the answer. Did you do the story mode of this game?
Oh no, I mean I have previously, like I've beat on Legendary, got all the skulls and stuff like multiple times, but I haven't yet. I thought about doing a playthrough of it on stream, but I don't know if anyone would be interested in it. So I was like, maybe not.
Right. I mean, it could be interesting doing a whole Halo thing.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be
I
funner with
considered,
like on someone else too, like doing a multiplayer type thing.
yeah, I considered doing it at one point, because I got it with my like Xbox One. I actually got the Master Chief Collection.
Yeah.
But then I like scrapped all of the streams that I was doing at the time and had planned in favor of the Favorite Search series. So,
Well, if you ever want to do that, we'll multiplayer it up.
oh, I don't have Xbox Live.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I didn't rebuy it on Steam. I mean, it was solid, but
Well, if anyone wants to donate $15 so Zach can do Game Pass for a
no,
month.
it's like 30 for Master Chief Collection.
That's true. If anyone wants
Yeah.
to donate $30 so we can do a playthrough of Halo 3.
Yeah, if you want to buy me Master Chief Collection on Steam, I'll fucking play with John, sure.
So I guess we can move right into the next topic, which we don't have a picture for, but it's Pokemon. Everyone knows what Pokemon is. I mean, how could you? How could you not? God, the giraffe said he will. I'll donate an Xbox Control with gold and MCC. I mean, that could work, yeah.
Yeah, that could work.
Will it though? Because, like, yeah, I don't know. We appreciate everyone. Everyone shouting out there.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Chinese rocket? Sorry. What's this about a Chinese rocket?
Zach's interested in the rockets now. But, yeah. If you get a weird envelope in the mail with cash, that would be... cash in a weird white powder.
That's okay. I used to deal cocaine, so...
No. We've all been there, so...
Yeah.
I don't know if the Xbox, because I get it through Game Pass, and like all my games that I bought on the Xbox, so it'd show up in my Xbox app on the computer. So I don't know how that would work. But I'm pretty sure
for Xbox, I don't know. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's crossplay between Steam and Xbox. I'd have to double check. But maybe that's a future thing that we can do. So we'll never know. We'll never know. Maybe
we'll literally never know because we're just talking. We are not actually going to do it.
Yeah. You never know. Someday Zach might open Steam and it'll just say gift from John and it'll be Halo Master Chief Collection.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that'd work. Finally crashing might hit near Texas, Florida, Mexico, or the ocean. That's a very large range.
I prefer the ocean.
Yeah, I'm also a fan of the ocean.
I'm very partial to the ocean on this one.
Yeah, let's go with the ocean.
Yeah, ocean for 600?
400. Yeah.
Well, let's hope that everyone stays safe and nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, let's hope I don't get hurt.
Yeah, especially Zach, because if we lose Zach, we will not be able to continue the podcast.
That is very true. That will put a damper on the podcast.
Well, I'll just have to use reanimated bits of him. But we'll talk about that reanimation later. Anyways, let's go move on.
Yes. Yeah, we'll have to switch over to one of the clone bodies, and God, I have to get those out of cold storage. Those are pains in the asses. I don't like to deal with them.
They really are. So, Pokemon.
Yes. All right. So, as part of my birthday extravaganza, I received the Pokemon Sword DLC, Island of Armor, and Crown of Tundra. Now, I have made no secret in I believe that Pokemon Sword and Shield are the worst Pokemon game since the first Pokemon game.
Because it is. I'll say it too. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. The only controversy I think that statement would find is that people would be offended that I think that the first Pokemon game isn't that great. But
Arsenic, we love you, but fuck your opinion.
Yeah, your opinion is objectively wrong by all metrics, including as your opinion. It's not even your opinion. You're wrong by your own standards. You just haven't realized it yet.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So I finished is the first Pokemon as broken as Nest Final Fantasy 1? No, actually, Pokemon has always been fairly well polished. But anyway, yeah, so I did the DLC. I was pretty thorough on this DLC also. So I did Island of Armor, and I didn't collect all of the Diglets, because one of the mini games is you collect a bunch of Diglets, and that's fucking pointless. And I didn't do it because all you get is like a lowland animal, like Pokemon bullshit, and like who the fuck cares? But what I did do is
Yeah.
collect the 3.28 million watts to go on a date with honey. I
Priorities.
actually did it.
Priorities.
Actually collected 3.28 million watts to go on a date with honey. So here's something I have to say about Island of Armor before we talk about the story of Island and Armor. Is there is a material called Armorite which you use that you can like convert into, that you give to Digging Pot, and he turns them into watts. Did you shave your head because I got alopecia? I haven't shaved my head in a while, actually. I actually need to shave. Yeah, so you're supposed to give Armorite to Digging Pot. He converts it into watts by digging down a cave. And you're supposed to get Armorite ore by talking to Digging Ma, and she gives you one piece of Armorite ore, right? And you can take a risk on Digging Ma, and she'll maybe dig up more pieces of Armorite ore, but if she fucks up, she doesn't give you any Armorite ore. So there's like, and she can appear in one of 15 locations. So you're supposed to go around the island and like find out where she is, and you're supposed to like take a risk and eventually get up enough Armorite ore to eventually convert into enough watts to go on the date with honey and like finish building the building. What I very quickly discovered was that talking to Digging Ma is completely fucking pointless, and the best way to acquire the Armorite ore is to actually just do a bunch of fucking raids. So I did 1 billion raids. So that's my advice for people who are playing the DLC. Is just do raids. Digging Ma is a fucking bitch, and you should never talk to her.
Strong words.
Specifically, I found that the raid den really close to the actual like building is usually a bunch of normal type monsters, which are super easy to kill with the fighting type that they just give you. But anyway, Armor I thought was relatively interesting. I fucking love Crazy Clara. She's amazing. That might be my MILF fetish speaking, but fucking poison mommy every day. I'm into it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You like train in a dojo. You get like mistaken for some other jackass who is supposed to come to the island. It's fun. I liked the story about it. At one point, they expect you to climb up a tower with like a level 80 Kubfu. And I'm like, no problem. And then I just shoved experience candy down its face and immediately went from like level 5 to level 80 because I went from level 5 to like level 100 instantly because I wasn't going to fucking do it. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
I'm not going to grind up for that. But yeah, Island of Armor, pretty decent. I enjoyed it. Then I got to Crown of Tundra, and the whole gimmick of Crown of Tundra is it's all about legendary Pokemon, and it's fucking terrible, and I hated it. And it is actually, to me, the worst part of the fucking game. Because you get there and you have to go on this like investigative journey to find all of these legendary Pokemon, and you meet like Rose's brother, and you have to help him with his like daughter problems. So you have to do like family therapy, and then you have to do this investigation thing, and then they expect you to catch these legendaries because the mission isn't complete unless you catch the legendaries. The problem is that the catch rate in fucking for legendaries in Sword and Shield is goddamn bonkers. So you end up spending 40 rounds tossing Pokeballs at it, and these motherfucking things are like level 80. these fucking Pokemon. So even at level 100, which all my Pokemon were at, I still ended up getting knocked out and having to cycle through revives and potions to survive these fucking catches because they will not get in the fucking Pokeball. And they expect you to catch like 12 of these fucking things. It's awful. It's fucking awful. Like it starts off with like finding the legend behind this like Pokemon called like Cyrix and then saving his horse. And that's cool. But then you have to catch him. And then you have to catch the 4 like giants. It used to be 3, now there's like 4 or 5 of them. You have to catch the 5 giants. Then you have to go all around the world and catch the 3 legendary birds. It's fucking terrible. And then when you're finally fucking done with all of that nonsense, they expect you to like go into a max raid dungeon, and they're like, you gotta catch Necrozma, but you have a random chance of finding Necrozma, so you end up going through this fucking max raid cave 100 goddamn times until Necrozma just eventually decides to appear. It's awful. It's fucking awful. Crown of Tundra is terrible. And at the end, you're rewarded with like the Galarian Star tournament, where you get to team up with Hop or Marnie. I don't know why they gave you the option. Why the fuck would anyone team up with Hop?
The worst. Literally the worst. Literally the worst.
He's the worst. Obviously, you team up with Marnie. So you beat the end of the thing with Marnie, and you get to the end. And then when you get to the end, Leon's like, well, that's not the end of the tournament. I'm like, oh, shit. Are we going to turn on each other? Do I get one final battle against Marnie? And he's like, because we're doing the tournament every day from now on. And then the credits roll, and I'm like, that they thought that was an acceptable end to this game / DLC.
Yep.
Because it wasn't.
That's what you get.
It's fucking terrible. Crown of Tundra is a garbage dump. That's why they bundled it in with Isle of Armor. Is because they couldn't sell it by itself.
Now, question: who got this for you as a present?
That'd be Grandma Sack.
All right, bless her heart. Bless her heart.
It was a request.
Oh, it was okay. It was a request. Okay. She was like, I thought you'd like this, and you're like, no, but now I have to play it.
No, I had to play it. Think of it this way, Zach. It could have been Orange Road moving ending 1, where it just ends. It did. It really it was Orange Road ending 1, though. Well, it really did just kind of end with nothing happening. Fucking Crown of Tundra is terrible. I had one final point. Oh yeah, a quick monologue about fucking legendary Pokemon. I've seen complaints that there are too many legendary Pokemon in Pokemon. Now, I disagree. I think there's an okay amount in most of the generations because you're going to a different region in each generation, and it's not reasonable to assume that every region has the same legends.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, of course, they change. So, the fact that there's a bunch of them, that's totally acceptable with me. The problem with a Crown of Tundra is that you get there, and they expect you to catch like 300 of them. They're all just spontaneously there. And like the defense of there's so many legendary Pokemon in the game. I think 52 or something now, 42.
Jesus Christ.
Legendary Pokemon, and like spread across like 8-9 regions. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. All in one area? That's like one, shatters my suspension of disbelief. 2, it enables the worst mechanics I've ever fucking seen. Zach, did you realize that Regieleki is one of the fastest Pokemon in all the games, but when he follows you, he hops and is slow as fuck? I did not. Here's what I did with the legendaries. Threw them in the box every time. I didn't give a fuck.
Yeet. See ya. I'm never gonna play those DLCs. So
I was gonna ask, have you ever played these DLCs?
No. When they were announced, I was like, I'm done with Sword and Shield, so no thanks. I do not want to ever go back to that game. I am excited for eventually I probably will get Pokemon Snap. And I'm also probably gonna get Arceus Legends just because that game looks different and we'll see how that goes. But
I only care about the Sinnoh remakes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those too, yeah. Well, Legendary. Just get the fucking basically, yeah. That's what I do with all legendaries. Like I can't think of a team that I've ever actually used a legendary on, except for if I just want to cheese through like the rest of like fucking.
I did it when I was younger. I used to use Kyogre as my HM bitch.
That's fair, yeah. Bidoof all the way though. Bidoof and any gen for HM.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
I'm
never.
glad they phased out HM bitches, but the DLC is so fucking grindy. Like, I beat all the story modes in maybe 5 hours each, but the grinds for those games, like, I was at 50 hours when I started the DLC, and I beat the DLC at like 98 hours.
Really?
Like, it's just all grinding. Yeah.
That's no thanks.
Just grinding for medals. And maybe I'll get a Necrozma. I didn't get a Necrozma. Get in the box! Get in the fucking box! And the legendary's like, I'm a legendary. You can't catch me easily. And I'm like, I'm throwing the best possible Pokeball I can throw at you.
That's gonna take.
This is statistically the highest catch rate Pokeball. Get in the fucking ball!
What were you using, like dust balls or what were you using? Ultra balls, dust balls?
Here is the correct answer. You use Dusk Balls until turn 30, and then you switch to Timer Balls.
Yeah, that is no 100%. Yeah,
It didn't matter. Because they're fucking level 80 legendary Pokemon. So your odds of catching them, and like my Pokemon are like level 100. The problem is it's only a 20 level difference. So the game looks at that and is like, it's only a 20 level difference as far as catch rate is concerned. And then it looks at the catch rate of, you know, only a 20 level difference, and then it looks at the catch rate of, well, this is a legendary, so it has to be harder to catch. So even if you're spamming Dusk Balls until you throw Timer Balls at it, even at the like ×5 catch rate of a Timer Ball, it doesn't fucking matter. You're throwing Pokeballs at a level 80 Pokemon.
No thanks.
But no, legendary Pokemon are usually pretty powerful because they have really high stats, so it's not like having all Egyptian God cards in your deck. Like, if you, the like, I believe they're banned from some levels of competitive play because the legendaries just have outrageously high stats. So
yeah, that's why I prefer my Digimon, because you know.
Yeah, I am surprised that Maid knows that it's not a good idea to have all 3 God cards in your deck, though.
When you start with the Quick Ball, then Dust Balls, then Timer Ball. That's true.
Yes. Quick Ball, then Dust Balls, and Timers. It doesn't matter. I almost got one with a Quick Ball, but it didn't work.
Also on the Digimon front, I don't know if anyone saw Discord today, but I did buy a Digimon game that we may or may not play.
Cyber Sleuth?
Yes.
The one that's just basically, I just guessed, the one that's almost an SMT game?
Yeah. Which I own twice now because I have it for Switch and for Steam. Because I loved it.
For the record, if you are playing, all right, have a good day. Have a good night, Arsik. If you are playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the best God card is, like, the TCG, the best God card is Obelisk.
Giraffe, I love you, but I will unmod you if you ever say that again. I fucking loved it. Digimon. Okay, so here's the side rant before we go to the next one. Digimon is the better anime than Pokemon, but also has the worst games. Pokemon has better games, but Pokemon has pretty shit anime.
I literally don't think of Pokemon as an anime.
Fair enough.
Despite the fact that I've watched the anime and I like made a video about watching 180 episodes of the anime, I do not think of it as an anime. It is a game series first to me.
No, that's fair too. And see, it's the opposite for Digimon, because Digimon is an anime first and then a game series second.
I would agree with that as well. Yeah. I definitely think of it. I think of Digimon more as an anime than as a game.
Yeah, like
despite having a game.
Yeah, there's some dude, like, they're all different too, which is kind of weird. Like, the first one is kind of like a simulation type game with fighting aspect in it, and then the second one's just like a straight up JRPG. The third one was like more of an action-y adventure game, like Digimon World 1, 2, and 3. No, it's okay, Jeff. I'm just kidding. And then you had like
people
a couple
have tried to get me to play, I think, Digimon World before, and I have just refused.
I feel like if you were to play anyone, like the second one would probably be more of your bag, because it's more like a JRPG, like Final Fantasies type of game, but you was just with like a team of Digimon instead.
Yeah.
Cyber Sleuth is also an SMT game that is art by. I'm not even gonna try to butcher that name.
Suzuhiro Yasuda.
There we go. When it comes to Japanese name pronunciations, I look to my buddy Zach for those because I will butcher them.
Oh, you shouldn't. I probably did a terrible job. I'm not particularly good at pronouncing Japanese either.
Yes, but you had the balls to say it. I did.
That's I have the balls to say just about anything.
I know. And you have. The Digimon theme is really good. Yeah, that one blows Pokemon on the wall. A water, in my opinion, but that's just my professional opinion. Anyways, Digimon, Pokemon aside, if you could rate your experience with the DLC, what would you give it?
Isle of Armor is a
Shit show?
7. Crown of Tundra is a 2.
Oof. Oof. That's
yeah. Isle of Armor could go down to a 6, but I'm feeling I could say 7. I think there was definitely more good than bad, despite some of the grindier aspects of it. It's not like it makes you grind to go on a date with Honey. That was my choice. The game didn't even encourage me to. In fact, it encouraged me to not do it. I made that stupid fucking decision that I wanted to go on a date with Honey. And it has Clara. So, yeah, I'll go 7. But yeah, Crown of Tundra can go fuck itself. Just to death.
Fair enough. All right, let's move on. The next one's going to be actually pretty short. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, I am familiar with that village in Wales. I'll fucking say it, but I will be saying it wrong because I actually forget how to speak Welsh well enough to pronounce. Like, I know, like, I forget what the double L sound is in Welsh, but it's not L, but I'm going to pronounce it L. So, Lanfair, Gwalgwyn, Mjlil, Gorger, Ichwaner, Drobe, Willen, Tis, Ilio, Gogo, Goch.
Love it.
It was definitely, I assure you, with everything I know about Wales and Welsh, and I am Welsh on Mama Sack's side, I guarantee you that is 100% wrong. I didn't get a single goddamn syllable right.
When she first posted it, I thought she was just slamming on the keyboard until she said it was the name of a village in Wales.
No, I was familiar with it, and I have seen a fucking dude nail it. I've seen multiple people. Here's the thing. Only people from Wales can say that. And I have seen more than one person from Wales look at that and be like, oh, sure. Bleh.
I see that a lot too, but that's because I listen to metal music, so a lot of people just go bleh.
No, I mean, like, they'll just straight up say the exact, like, they can... People from Wales can say that fucking town with minor, like, almost no issues. I guarantee you no one else can fucking say it.
Apparently, it is legal in England on a certain bridge to shoot a Welshman with a crossbow at 3 a.m. That is my favorite fact of the day.
That is a very specific law.
I love it.
It is not legal to go whaling in Kansas.
Okay.
I don't know either. I imagine it came up once or they wouldn't have made a law about it.
Where? In the corn? What are the corn
whales? I can only imagine an aquarium. I also believe you cannot bring cows onto the White House lawn.
Huh. That one makes sense, but the
one makes more sense than the whaling. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. I'm just trying to.
That's what it was like. Okay, Jim, you're right. There wasn't technically a law about it, but common sense here.
Common sense says, "Where are these whales, Jim?"
Yeah. I'm not even. I think it would be even funnier if it did not result from an aquarium. And people just woke up in like this small Kansas town to just a dead blue whale, and Jim just there with a harpoon, like, "Hey, what's up?
What's up, guys?"
And then he never explains it to anyone.
Who invited this asshole?
They're like, "What the fuck, Jim?" Moving on from Jim.
All right. Fuck Jim.
Fuck
So
you, Jim. Stop wailing. Save
uh,
the whales.
the next topic is River City Girls. It's one of my topics. I'm not gonna go too far into it because I actually haven't beaten this game yet. It's just a game that I'm currently.
Have you played the original River City?
River City Ransom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is kind of what drew me to this too. It also has a stellar voice cast too. I'm not gonna go all in depth with it. There's some cool cameos in it too. It's basically like a pseudo sequel to River City Ransom, except for it's the girls this time instead of the guys, because the girls always get kidnapped. This time it's the guys getting kidnapped. It's a fantastic beat 'em up. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Great voice acting all around, awesome cameos. If you know people from like the Game Grumps and a whole bunch of internet personalities, you can probably pick out a lot of the voices in the actual game. I think it's really cool that they did that for this game. It's like pick just instead of being like, oh, we want Steve Bloom to do this guy, we want whatever to do this girl. They picked like actual, I don't know, I guess YouTubers. I don't want to call them normal people, but I'd like to own this game, but you have to either pay out the ass for a limited print run or import it from Korea. That's one of the things I wanted to bring up too, is the fact that it is basically exclusively digital game, and if you do want a copy of it, again, pay out the ass. When it did come out, it was a lot easier to get, and I almost snap bought it, but for whatever reason I didn't. I'm very, very pissed that I didn't, because this is one of those games that would be cool just to have my Switch collection or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't. But yeah, if you like beat 'em up games, like it's on Game Pass right now. Go play it. It's free.
I like they did that I won't get into. They did a really interesting meta joke with the girls.
Which one?
That the ones that know will know.
Oh.
It was about localization.
I don't think I got that yet. I'm like still like
you did. I know. Yeah. That's what I said. Those that know will know, but it's a huge localization joke, and I think it's fucking hilarious.
That is pretty good. Yeah. I mean, the script in this game is like really good. Like you meet I can't remember his name, but there's like some creepy dude. Like in the beginning of the game, he's like, "Yeah, go give me a burger." He's just like super weird. Just like everyone in the game that has like an interesting personality, and I'm pretty pumped to play more of it. I was gonna play this on stream, but I try to pick some games that I like to play on my own and just play. Mm-hmm. Just because I like try to keep some gaming stuff separate from Twitch, so I'm not like obligated for it. This is a game that I picked. I was like, I'm just gonna play this, in my spare time and like have fun with it. Really fun. Definitely recommend it. Hee.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to take a quick break before moving on?
Normally we do this later, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I know now. We've been doing this almost double digits now, and I just know.
You can inherently tell when my bladder's full.
I can, yeah. It fills up my bladder too. I also need to make another drinky poo. So
yeah,
I got my lime. I'm fancy. It looks like a lemon, but it's a lime. I promise. You talk about the Double Dragon reference?
No.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't gotten it. I'm terrible. Before we go to break, I'm terrible at picking up references while I'm playing a game. Until what I know normally, this is my game like timeline. I'll say I will play a game. I do this with movies and shows too. I'll play a game, watch a movie, or watch a TV show. And then I will watch subsequent YouTube videos on it too, so I can get that lore and the references, because I will miss shit all the time. Unless it's a Marvel movie, then 9 times out of 10 I'll probably get a reference and or something hidden in the movie, but I always have to do that. Like, case in point, after I played Dark Souls, I watched all of Vati's videos on Dark Souls, just so I could understand the lore a little bit more. Because obviously,
to make a controversial opinion, sometimes Vati's full of shit.
That's fair. And there was a couple other people that said that too. That's I'm like, I'll watch a couple of different people. Like I like when it comes to like especially a game like that, like I'll watch multiple different videos and stuff like that on it. Just like kind of get like because like obviously when we were playing Dark Souls, the last thing I cared about was the fucking lore. I just wanted to beat the game and just be over it. But I did fall in
Which
love
is
with
why
the game.
you don't like Dark Souls 2 as much as I do.
Fair. Um, which is I did watch a little bit of the Dark Souls 2 stuff, but I stopped myself because I didn't want potential spoilers. Um, because I tend to spoil stuff for myself, but getting older now, I'm trying not to spoil myself,
Hmm.
which has been really nice, especially with shows like WandaVision and like uh Falcon and the Winter Soldier and stuff like that. Mostly because the first thing I do in the morning on Friday mornings is wake up and watch those shows so I don't get fucking spoiled on social media. Yes. Also, Loki has moved to Wednesdays, and I think that's fucking awesome. I can't wait for that.
Should have
Yeah.
been Thursday.
Why Thursday?
Because Thursday is Thor's Day. Yes, that is true.
Anyways, we're gonna take a.
I believe Wednesday is Odin's Day.
Oh, well, okay. No, you're right. Yeah. They're literally the only reason why they did that is so they can start doing Wednesday releases because movie theaters are going to start opening back up again, and having Friday releases like really kills movies, I guess. So that's why smart decision and good for me because I have Wednesdays off, so perfect. Now I don't have to wake up early on that day. I have to work and watch a show before I go to work. Perfect. So, anyways, we'll be back in like 5 minutes, so don't touch that dial, and we'll be right back to talk more about stuff that you guys don't even know about. It's just stuff to you. You don't even. It's mystery. We know because we wrote.
You can probably guess if you've been in one of my streams lately or you've been on Discord.
Nobody can guess any of mine. One of these topics is like a combined thing because.
Oh shit! I have another thing to add. I keep fucking forgetting. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Zach has more to add. One of these is actually topic number 8 is a combined Zach and myself, which I was going to put it on, but then Zach put it on, and I was like, you know what? That's awesome because I just power watched this entire series myself.
It just became topic number 9, actually.
It's topic number 9 now. It's still 8 at my Stream Deck. Shout out to Stream Deck for being like literally the best thing for the podcast, by the way. Anyways, we'll be right back after these brief messages from our sponsor, Lego, because why wouldn't you play with Lego?
Lego my ego.
Goodbye. All right, we're back.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay.
So our next topic is drumroll. I don't have it. Boom.
Boom, 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 boom. Nope, that's wrong.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's MK.
Oh shit. I put him in the wrong order.
All moved around. I know. I'm sorry. I'm a bastard, man.
Why is it not coming up? That's even more.
It's a good thing I talked about that topic preemptively.
Hey, we're back.
Oh shit, that was a movie.
Yeah.
I fucked up.
Yeah, movie.
It was a game.
No, it's the movie.
Oh shit, that should have been in the movie section then.
Oops.
Whoops. I fucked up. Well, now we have to make a decision whether we want to move that to the movie section or
it's a movie game, so I mean it works.
or whether to talk about it right now.
It'll be short and sweet, anyways. Mortal Kombat came out. And while it was a long-awaited movie, I will have to say it was pretty good. It wasn't the best movie I've seen, but in terms of like being faithful to like the game and stuff like that, now I'm gonna go into not really spoilers, but kind of, I guess. I don't know. There is no Mortal Kombat in the movie. There's not a tournament at all in this movie. Where the fuck is
There's
Johnny
not a
Cage?
tournament in every game, so that's fine.
That's what the argument was like a lot online too, is that there's not a tournament every game, so that's like this movie is basically a setup for the inevitable Mortal Kombat tournament. I think
Hmm.
that's fine, because if they would have just bum rushed into it, without some character development, they changed a couple things around. Like there's a new guy, Cole, in the movie who's obviously not in the games, um, but he is a relative of one of the original Mortal Kombat characters. No spoilers on that. The only real spoiler that I'll give is no tournament. Johnny Cage is teased at the end though, so he's not in the movie, but he is teased at the end. Um,
Okay, Johnny Cage is literally the main character of Mortal Kombat.
which I thought was a weird choice to not have him in the movie, but I mean,
I think it was because he was originally a side character and not the original main character, but he has been the main character for some time.
I think it's more so to stray from the original Mortal Kombat movies, which if anyone's seen the OG Mortal Kombat, yeah, me too. Unfortunately, those are god awful, and it is basically like the original like OG Mortal Kombat like cast. You got
Liu
like
Kang.
Liu Kang,
Liu Kang
Sonya.
was the original main character.
Johnny Cage is also in that movie. And then Mortal Kombat Annihilation comes out, and Johnny Cage is immediately dead within the first 3 minutes of that movie. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
So I think Warner Brothers and the director Neil something, I think Neil or something, I can't remember who directed it. The first Mortal Kombat movie is decent. I think it's like a 6 out of 10 for me. The second one is like literally a 1 out of 10. It's like fucking so bad. There's some like shoddy CGI in the original one, but I mean, other than that, it's like they nailed the premise of the game pretty well, and like the characters are all right. You got like the chick from Happy Madison, Happy Gilmore, right? Billy Madison. Yeah, Liu Kang is an asshole in the newer games. Yeah, Liu Kang is actually pretty good in this movie too. He's played by Ludi Lin, who is actually the Black Power Ranger in the Power Rangers movies. Which, to draw a comparison to Power Rangers, the reboot, it ends kind of in the same way with a tease of another character, which I thought was kind of weird. Because, like, at the end, I don't know if anyone saw the reboot of Power Rangers, but at the end of that movie, they tease Tommy. And at the end of this movie, they're like, Johnny Cage! I was like, okay.
Does anyone care about the character of Tommy if the actor is not attached?
That's the whole thing. Well, that was the thing they did with Johnny Cage, too, which I was like, because they show, like, a poster at the end of the movie of just from here down. Like, they don't show his face, they just show like a body. And I'm like,
Right.
why even do that then? Come on. But I mean, like, yeah, they did the same thing with Tommy.
I mean, like in Power Rangers specifically,
Yeah.
the gimmick of Tommy isn't Tommy's the coolest character ever. The gimmick is it's always the same actor, and the actor is cool. No one gives a fuck about the character of Tommy.
No, yeah, Jason David Frank is like, I follow him on a few social medias, and I love that guy to death. Like, he is like the coolest dude.
Yeah, I'm just saying if like he's not playing Tommy in the movie, I don't think anyone cares about Tom. Like if you get literally anyone else to portray Tommy, I guarantee you no one gives a shit.
I didn't. I mean, I like the guy that casts as Jason in the movie. I can't remember his name, but he's been in like Stranger Things and a couple other things. He's also randomly in a metal music video too for "Make Them Suffer," which I thought was super random, but he was in it. Yeah, it was an interesting cast, and you had Naomi Scott, who went on to play like Jasmine in Aladdin and stuff like that, and Ludi Lin, who was in this movie, who did a fantastic job as Liu Kang. The guy who played who the fuck's the other guy? The other guy is his cousin or whatever. Kung Lao was really good too. I liked his fatality. He had the best fatality in the movie, I thought. You can see it on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's on there. But overall, I thought this movie was pretty solid and like a pretty good setup to like the broader world too. The Sub-Zero and Scorpion fight at the end is fantastic too. Like I thought the fight choreography in this movie was like top notch too. It didn't feel like lazy. It didn't feel forced. Like it felt like these people were like real fighters. Also, fun fact: the guy who plays Cole in the movie was actually supposed to be cast in the like web series that they did a while ago, but it never happened. So he eventually went on to be in Mortal Kombat anyways. But I thought was pretty cool. On that, solid movie, 7 out of 10.
Okay. Can be honest. Game or movie, I don't give a shit about Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat was like my first um foray into A, fighting games, and B, like more mature games too. Um
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure everyone knows that Super Nintendo kind of like um cock blocked the violence a little bit. Instead of blood it was sweat, but there's obviously the code to change that. So that was like kind of like my first foray into like more mature games and like more violent games. Um
I would say violent. I would call Mortal Kombat a mature game.
well, so picture this. It's 1995. 5-year-old John. Oh, it wasn't on SES. It was on Genesis, right, mate? Sorry. 1995. John was at the video store. This is this is very dated. Excuse me.
It was literally dated.
I went. Techno, exactly, yeah. I went to the video store. I picked up my normal, the Real Ghostbusters compilation movie, which had 4 episodes on it. Then I went to the Super Nintendo section and picked up Mega Man X2 like I always did when I was at my grandfather's. And then I looked at him, I was like, can I get this game called Mortal Kombat? And he's like, yes, you can. And I got it. So that was like my first fighting game. And then after that, like I played Street Fighter. Then when like I was old enough to go to arcades, I started with like Marvel vs. Capcom and Tekken and stuff like that. So it was kind of like my first foray into it. So and I've always kind of played Mortal Kombat games too, and like the Injustice series and all that stuff too. So it was kind of cool.
Okay, yeah. I did not. I've never got into Mortal Kombat.
No, that's fair. Yeah,
I've played it, but I've never given two shits about Mortal Kombat.
yeah. It's like one of those games. Like I'm not gonna buy it on launch day, but if it's on sale or something like for like $20 or something, I'll probably pick it up. Or if it's on Game Pass, I'll download it and like play it. I don't get competitive and stuff like that. The only real fighting game I got pretty competitive with was Mortal Kombat Ultimate. Ultimate was 3, and Dragon Ball Fighter. So those are like the only 2 games I really like learn the move sets and like characters and stuff like that. Other than that, Mortal Kombat's just kind of been like it's fun to do fatalities and stuff like that. And sometimes the story mode's interesting. And then there's games like Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero that is just bad.
Yeah, I've always been more of a Street Fighter person.
Street Fighter is the
myself.
better fighting game. So
yeah. The fucking theme of Mortal Kombat, fucking amazing. So.
It's literally
yeah.
Everyone knows that. You can play that anywhere and people be like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that fucking best part of Mortal Kombat for me. But yeah, my first M-rated game was Resident Evil. Also my first game. Yes, Techno Syndrome. I know, Pache.
Yeah, we did play Mythologies. We played it the weekend the movie came out actually because I have them stretched out a little bit, so Sack looks a little bit longer than normal.
Why am I stretched out?
Because I had to fill the hole.
Did you?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
It bugs me when there's too much blank space.
Blank space. The Live Now sticker is overlapping your camera.
Is it? Oh,
yes.
It is. Well, I'll fix that later.
Okay.
I watched Super Gaming Bros play Mythologies, and the first thing they did was the Infinite Lives cheat. See, I didn't do that. I just did it was like 9 lives, and then like the 12 continues or whatever. And then we got to the second stage, and that boss is beatable, but I couldn't do it. So we just stopped and we did something else. And that was the last Shitty Game Sunday.
That's a good way to handle anything.
Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah. I do need to learn how to crop, and I know how to do it, but I was a little bit late.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my my pseudo review of Mortal Kombat. Fun game. Oh wow, fun movie just to watch. I've seen it twice. It was good to watch both times. Didn't hate it, so
Placed here specifically because I thought it was a game.
fair enough. So now next we're on to games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now I can. That button's not working, so I actually have to go in and click it off, and that's annoying. For whatever reason, it's not clicking. So yeah, this one's yours. SMT3.
Yes. Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
That's why it's not working. I didn't.
I played a real Shin Megami Tensei game, and there's a fun little anecdote about this one. I stayed up all night for almost 24 hours to get this game done before the podcast. And then the podcast got delayed.
Which is totally my fault because I felt like fucking garbage after work. I almost had to leave work.
Oh, wow.
But because I'm salary, I have to work a certain amount of hours, and I can't do that.
Yeah. Anyway, I got it done, and I managed to play it, and I played a real Shin Megami Tensei game. And yeah. So right off the bat, I went in basically like expecting I was going to have to force myself through this because I was going to fucking hate it. Right? Surprisingly, pretty good game, actually. I talked about this kind of during You Cheated Like Crazy, though. I really didn't cheat that hard, though.
That sounds like a sack playthrough.
No, I honestly, I didn't really even cheat that hard. It was just like an experience multiplier that I turned off halfway through the game and a money multiplier, which is completely fucking pointless. And I didn't even need to turn off because money is worth nothing in that game because only Demi-fiend can use items and none of the items are good. So I didn't need it. I mean, it's, I guess, useful for like demon fusion, but whatever. It didn't matter. Anyway, yeah. So I played SMT3 Nocturne. Which are you familiar with Nocturne at all, John?
I have heard about it. It's actually that's the one that's getting remastered, correct?
It has been remastered. It's getting an English release. The remaster is
Okay. I have it in my wish list
for a while.
Yeah, I have it on
you
my
have it in your wish list.
Yeah, because like you were playing it. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. So it's one of those games that I'm like, I'm probably gonna grab it like when it's on a Steam sale, so that way, I can play it eventually. I'm not in a rush to play it because there's other things that I want to get through. But I've heard it's the hardest one.
No,
that's what everyone says. I've heard about the doors in one of the dungeons or something like that. They have to go through in like a specific order, and it's a pain in the ass. I heard or something like that, or maybe that's 2. I don't know.
There is no Nocturne 2.
No, I mean like in SMT 2.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I didn't play 2. No. So you played P5, which is your only other Mega 10 game, correct?
Yeah, and I need to play that again.
Maybe Catherine.
Yeah, I have played Catherine.
Really count.
Yeah.
So you are unfamiliar with the press turn system. What difficulty did you play P5 on?
Like normal or something. Like second.
You played it on normal. Yeah. Now, did you use your buffs and debuffs and your concentrates and your charges
Fuck no.
when you played it? Okay, this game is gonna fuck you. Then.
Okay, for anyone who's seen me play a JRPG, you know damn well I never do buffs. I never heal. So it's attack until someone dies.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you don't even heal.
Mm-mm.
This game is going to fuck you.
That is exactly why Pokemon Nuzlocke runs are so fun. Because I will not heal. Because I don't remember to heal. I will get poisoned and start walking and my Pokemon will die. And then we have to get rid of that fucking Pokemon because I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I have seen someone attempt to beat this game without using buffs, and they had to reach level 255 to do it. So this game is going to fuck you.
I'm getting better at it. I will say I'm getting better at the heals because after playing Dragon Quest XI, I know it's different. I've learned heals and revives are very important. How big of a dildo will this game use?
Well, let's go over it, because he played Persona 5 on normal, so it's not even the hardest difficulty. Persona 5, I would argue, is probably the easiest or second easiest Persona game. He didn't use charge, didn't use concentrate, didn't use buffs or debuffs, and has admitted to not even healing. So the dildo is going to be very large. Oh, and also he played Persona and not like an SMT game, which means he's unfamiliar with press turn. So it's going to be bad. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is he literally does not know how to play the game.
So it'll be a fun learning curve.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an aggressive learning curve. Tell me how Matador goes.
There'll be a clip. I'm sure there will. There'll be a clip.
Anyway, so yeah, I played SMT Nocturne. Without getting into it too much, but I kind of have to go over it anyway. Basically, there's a cult. They get into a war because of a crazy dude named Hikawa who just absolutely drips swag. Every moment this dude is on screen, he is the coolest thing on screen. And they end up like ending the world in an attempt to give birth to a new world, and you basically survive. And then you meet Lucifer, and then Lucifer's like, I like you, you're going to be my demon boy. So you become Lucifer's demon boy. And your teacher who like helped end the world was like, hey, I'm going to explain everything to you. Come find me. So you spend half the game trying to find your teacher. And like 2 of your friends survived. And then your teacher's like, here's what's going on. And you're like, cool. And then once you get about midway through the game, it becomes fucking aimless. Because very clearly they had a series of things that they needed to get done in order to finish the story of the game that they didn't do, and they didn't have any way to do it. So they end up just ping-ponging you between locations you've already been before to make sure that all of the humans in the game have a reason and have a god with enough Magatsuchi to summon the god. But there's no good way, like the skill in which they get you to a reason and a god is terrible. Like, I think the most comical one is after you watch this dude die, an angel just flies by and it's like, well, that was certainly eventful. Now we should go to this other location. And the other angel's like, I agree. Let us go to this other location. And then you go to that other location. And that's your direction. It gets... Yeah, it is. It goes to some real shitty writing about midway through the game.
One of the writers just said, fuck
it. Yeah, I can't, it's hard to tell if it felt like they were rushed, because I know there was a second version of the game, which is Maniacs. So it's hard to tell if they were like rushed or they just got really fucking lazy. I bet they got rushed though, to be honest. Nocturne is highly influential though. Like, the demon designs from Nocturne have been imported for most of the Persona games, like 3 onward. Like, most of the demon designs you are familiar with originated in Nocturne. You would know them as shadows, I guess. Most of the shadow designs you know of probably originated in Nocturne. Maniacs is the only version in the West, I know, but I can still kind of feel like it might be rushed inside of the concept of the game. there's only a few notable characters. The Sakawa who drips fucking swag. There's your teacher. There's this absolute bitch girl who I think's named like Chiaki or something. And then there's this other dude. And like they're all your friends at the start except for Hikawa. And by the end of the game, I wanted to fucking kill them all. Because there's this whole like SMT like thing about law versus chaos and then neutral. It's like, do you side with God or do you side with the demons or do you side with humanity? And like I was always like, I don't understand why you don't just side with humanity every time. And then after playing this game, I felt myself slipping into chaos, and I'm like, I didn't start this game expecting to end humanity, but I'm kind of getting on that train now.
Kind of want to do it.
So I did. Although I actually intentionally went for true demon ending, to be fair. But yeah, fuck your friends in that game. I'm glad they're dead. I made an active decision where if I had the option to spare them at one point in the game, I was like, if they let me spare them, I won't. I'm gonna kill my friends. Yeah, so the story has some interesting beats to it with the idea of like basically you need to get a god and then you need a reason to create a new world, and then you create a new world because the world is dying. And like the old world is like destroyed and then gets folded into a sphere called the Vortex World, which is like just Tokyo but in a sphere form.
I've been there.
And you just like run around the apocalypse chilling with demons and like murdering your friends. Trippy diet building dungeon is pretty cool. Yeah. In order to get the true demon ending, which unlocks the final, like the extra final boss of Lucifer, you have to like go through the 5 kalpas, which are terrible, and they were the worst part of the game, and I hated them. But otherwise, I thought the game was actually pretty enjoyable. People like, I'm not sure who said that Nocturne is the hardest, but they're fucking wrong. And despite my like, I'm still not a fan of the press turn system because I feel like it exploits an inherent flaw in the action economy of RPGs. But as far as like the Nocturne difficulty goes, Dakunda and Dakaja relatively uncommon for bosses for most of the game. They show up sometimes during the end, but even like end game bosses sometimes don't have Dakunda or Dakaja, and usually either a boss will have Dakunda or Dakaja. I didn't even know Dakaja was in the game until White Rider used it, because I looked it up on the Mega 10 wiki and it literally does not.
Hold on.
And also you can buff to 4 instead of buff to 3. So you can get your characters to be basically unhittable by using Sakuja and Sakukaja. And the enemies don't do fucking jack shit about it. So you just become invincible dodge tanks. Because they just fucking stand there and take it. Physical is almost never resisted, absorbed, or well, it's almost never repelled or absorbed by bosses. Or nullified, so you can almost always hit, and which is good because Demi-fiend is built towards physical builds anyway. And although Beast Eye becomes slightly more common as you go throughout the game, even at the end of the game, almost no one uses Dragon Eye. So I don't know who said Nocturne is the hardest, but and the game has only like 2 lockdown bosses the whole game. So if we compare it to like another Mega 10 game I played, Digital Devil Saga, Nocturne was piss-ass easy. Like, Digital Devil Saga is a fucking nightmare. And like Nocturne, I was like, I don't hate this. I don't hate this game. And like, I like put a stream request ban on like SMT games after Digital Devil Saga 1 because fucking Digital Devil Saga 1 was a nightmare for me. But this game actually kind of like refreshed my faith in the franchise, and I'm like, okay, maybe I don't hate SMT games. Maybe I just hate Digital Devil Saga 1.
Maybe I just hate that one specific game. Series.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I was like, maybe I don't hate all of them. Maybe just Digital Devil Saga 1 sucks. But yeah, like pretty enjoyable. Obviously, I wouldn't call it, despite its reputation, I wouldn't call it a great game. I definitely wouldn't call it a masterpiece or anything. I would call it a good game. I would say worth playing. Might be worth checking out the remaster. One thumbs up.
Yeah, it's definitely in my queue on my wish list because I think it already came out or it comes out this month maybe. The Nocturne level 92.
I well, keep in mind I didn't use a walkthrough.
Yeah, see,
the thing about DDS1 is it's probably a lot easier if you use a walkthrough, which I fucking didn't. But the issue is there's so many lockdown bosses. Almost all of them have Dakunda and Dakaja. Dragon Eye is spammed by all bosses at every level. Not Beast Eye. Dragon Eye is spammed at every level, and they're only usually affected by like one element. There are multiple bosses in DDS1 that are only affected by a single element. So yeah, no, Nocturne is 100 times easier.
fair enough.
It's 100 times easier. Like you can even look at the mechanics and think it and figure out it's easier. Oh, and demon negotiations I didn't hate for the first time ever. You can fucking believe that shit. Speaking of Beast Eye, talk Mott. Oh, I had like no problem with Mott. I got through him pretty quickly, because I used I think like charge or something to like focus down his damage after a bunch of debuffs. And I've seen some nonsense where Mott will just keep spamming Beast Eye over and over again multiple times in one turn. But he behaved for me. Like he was really nice. Like all of the press turn games, it's pretty RNG based. I guess I got lucky with Mott. I honestly thought finding Mott in the dungeon was cooler than fighting Mott because I fucking rinsed his ass. I only had difficulty in 2 or 3 bosses. Like I fucking had to reload on Noah because I was not able to go into that fucking fight. Noah was a problem for me. I also played on normal and not hard, which affects some things.
Well, the game comes out in 2 weeks release. I'm not buying it on launch day because I wait for Steam sales because I'm a plebe like that.
That's fair. I think it's worth getting on a Steam sale at a little bit of a discount.
Yeah, it's $50 for the remaster, and I'm like, I'll pick it up maybe when it's like $20-$30. So I'm thinking, yeah. But yeah, because P4 is $20. I'm still waiting for that to drop down. So,
oh, this is better than P4.
Yeah. So, well, I'll play this game, and that'll be a fun playthrough. Maybe, I don't know. See.
How much do you like losing?
I don't mind.
Because I don't want to hype this up like too much about its difficulty because I didn't really think it was that hard. But like, there was a reason I started with, hey, by the way, how did you play P5? And from your answers, how much do you like losing?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like when it comes to games, like obviously I played NES games like a lot growing up and stuff like that, and shit like Ghouls and Ghosts and like games that are like literally impossible. But I beat those games. Like I beat Contra for the first time, piss ass drunk. So, I mean, I don't mind hard games, and like it's just more of like I need to learn the mechanics of something before I can actually like get into it. Because like that's my main thing. Like I've been doing JRPGs and like playing Persona 5. Like I played it on normal just because I'm like that's 100% true, made. I flew through it because like I'm like, this is a very easy JRPG. The only thing I'm missing is like the mechanic of obviously spending time with people and stuff like that. Like I was really bad at that at the beginning of the game, but I got good as soon as summer rolled around. So like I obviously missed out on a couple things, but that's another reason I want to play the game again. But like the battle aspect of that game, I just fucking flew through it. Like I probably could have played it on a harder difficulty and been fine, but I just like there wasn't a boss in that game that gave me any trouble.
Yeah, P5 I would argue is probably maybe the easiest of the Personas.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the easiest JRPGs I've played. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And, like out of the multiple I played, it's probably one of the easiest.
Mm-hmm. So, well, what I'm saying is that it will not prepare you for this.
Yeah, like I would say Chrono Trigger is harder than P5. Just because like you can get one
Yeah,
shot.
I'd agree. I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
But Chrono Trigger is uncomparable to Nocturne. Like,
Yeah.
again, I said Nocturne was pretty easy, but you are not ready for Nocturne.
Which will be fun.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for Dark Souls, but we did that, baby.
Yeah, we did. Okay, fair enough.
I beat that game 5 times after that too.
Yeah, once you know how to play. See, the thing is, I went through the fucking DDS1 gauntlet. So once I survived that, I kind of knew a lot more what I was doing for Nocturne. So that's why I think, like, the fact that I already kind of knew how to play Nocturne, I think is why I didn't have any issues with Nocturne.
Yeah, and that was the same thing. Like after playing Dark Souls, like we beat it, then I beat it literally like 5 times after that. And so now when I'm playing Bloodborne, I'm like, this game's pretty fucking easy.
Yeah, yeah, like it's definitely like a thing that once you know, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like, so, but you got to get over that learning curve and learn about buffs and debuffs and healing.
Yeah, healing's always going to be like a hard thing for me. I just suck at healing in the game. Like I remember actually playing Chrono Trigger and getting to Lavos, like the last boss, and I healed no party member before going into that fight. Everyone died.
Yeah, wow. I'm more impressed you got to Lavos without fucking healing.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. I did the same thing in Earthbound. I've done the same thing in every Pokemon game I've ever played. You know, the list goes on.
That's a good way to make your Pokemon hate you.
Yeah, just don't heal. Is that all for Nocturne?
I think so. I think I've said my piece.
All right, so we have the what I think is the best segment we do on the show now. It's definitely the funnest. Yeah,
I would argue it's the worst one, and it's on the chopping block for cancellation. But okay,
fair enough. You'd love P3 because party is AI controlled and given orders like full sauce support, and so they do all the healing and buffs for you. I do love that. That is one of the things I loved about Dragon Quest XI because you can set your healer to just auto, never have to worry about it.
Counterpoint, you can also do that in Persona 5. That was how Mama Stack played that game.
Yeah, I turned auto off for everyone in that game. But, so yeah, we're doing Fight Club.
Fight Club. The final episode of Fight Club.
The final. Your mom's culture.
Yes. So here we go. Fight Club, episode 3, the final episode. The Demi-fiend versus the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. This one was completely unprompted. But I think it's no secret that when I need to do research for something, I go completely fucking batshit insane until I get it out of my system. And that is how we ended up at the Demi-fiend versus the Phantom Thieves. The Demi-fiend is from Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. And the Phantom Thieves are, of course, from Persona 5. This came about because I was streaming Strikers and made the bold claim that the Demi-fiend would stomp all of the Phantom Thieves.
Okay.
To which I said, knowing the Demi-fiend's reputation, I'm sure he could beat them, but stomp? Knowing how strong the Phantom Thieves are, stomp seemed like a bit much. And so made double down on that. And so I was like, okay. So after the stream, I went on Versus Wiki and I looked up like the Demi-fiend. And I looked up the Phantom Thieves on Versus Wiki, and right off the bat, it made the outrageous claim that they're both multiversal plus. But it made it very clear that Ren Amamiya, the leader of the Phantom Thieves, aka Joker, is stronger than the Demi-fiend. The issue I had with this is that Ren had feats, and the Demi-fiend was just stated to be this strong with no feats. It was just like, he's this strong. And I'm like, okay, well, this isn't sourced at all. So I was like, motherfucker, you are not about to play a 60-hour JRPG just to source a fucking random-ass fight between two Megaten characters, are you? Well, we know how that turned out, don't we?
We do.
Obviously, I played fucking Nocturne just for this fucking fight club. So here we go. The Demi-fiend is a dude. I think his novel name was Shin Managi, who got turned into a half demon, half human by Lucifer shoving, I think, a Megatama. I think it's a Megatama, which is like this weird bug thing down his fucking throat, and he turns into a half demon, half human, and he gets like the ability to use magic. And unlike other devil summoners or whatever they're called, demons just kind of follow him because he's cool. Like, he doesn't use computers or anything. They're just like, you seem cool. I'm on board with you. So the criteria for this is he is allowed at least 3 demons. As for which demons they are, I would say that his signature demons are probably... it's not Dante from Devil May Cry. We're not doing that.
Yep.
But I would say Uber Pixie. Now, this is not your... Pixie from Persona 5, John.
Yes.
This is not your Persona 5 Pixie.
Okay.
I want you to picture a Pixie that is level 80 with almost max stats.
Okay.
And every elemental ability.
Well, fuck.
That is the Uber Pixie. So definitely that one. And then if we're talking about like just unique spirits, he would probably also have Fudahime and Sakehagi, which were 2 mannequins that died and then got turned into demons when Demi-fiend went down into like the 4th Kalpa or some shit like that. What their abilities are doesn't really matter, I assure you.
It don't matter.
It really doesn't. I only mentioned Uber Pixie because Uber Pixie is cool. As for the Phantom Thieves, we of course have Ren Amamiya, who has the power of a wild card, so he can change his personas. We have Morgana, who is like the fragmented SOS signal from Igor, and he can turn into a car.
Yep.
We also have Ryuji, An, Yusuke, Haru, Makoto, Sumire. They're all just like really powerful Persona users proportionally. None of them have any notable special abilities whatsoever. There is Akechi, because we're dragging Akechi into this nonsense.
All right, that's fair.
Because it was such a bold claim that Demi-fiend would stomp them, that why not bring in Akechi for this? Who has some minor Persona sensory abilities beyond the rest of them. He has the ability to detect elemental weaknesses. This is male SMT if protagonist timeline. Absolutely. Has the ability to detect elemental weaknesses in enemies. And he has the ability to drive himself and others crazy.
He crazy.
Then there's also Futaba, who's the actual issue in any fucking fight. Because Futaba can just... she has small-scale reality manipulation. Like, there's no getting around it. She can, like, spawn in objects and decide you have been ambushed after you ambushed them. She can, like, cast Debilitate on the entire enemy cast. She can cast Charge and Concentrate and Heat Riser on the whole party. She's nuts. She's fucking nonsense. Futaba is bullshit in combat. She probably has the lowest range of the primary sensors of all the Persona games, but this is a fight and not a who can see the furthest contest. So, if this was 90s Persona, Futaba would be the villain. That is very true. Yeah, so obviously we're assuming that they're fighting in neutral territory and that the Phantom Thieves weapons function. We addressed this during Ren versus Sora, that the Phantom Thieves, although in Strikers they are using real weapons, in the original Persona 5 they were using model weapons, or possibly weapons made from demons, depending on what weapon you're specifically using. But regardless, we're assuming that their abilities function. We're also going as far with we're going to use the strongest provable version of Demi-fiend, which is True Demon Demi-fiend. So he's actually full demon technically. And we're for the Phantom Thieves, we're going post Maruki third semester. We're not going to use Strikers because I haven't beat Strikers and I didn't fucking research. What Megatama is equipped, it doesn't matter. It's not the Masakato one. And here is why it is not Masakato, because there is zero fucking way that the Demi-fiend got the Masakato Megatama. I believe he'll get any other ones, but you can only get the Masakato Megatama after once you enter the Tower of Kagetsuchi, because the last one is purchased in the Tower of Kagetsuchi, and that's when Mito is like, "Hey, you should go get the last Megatama," and so you would have to work under the assumption that in order to get the Masakato Megatama, Demi-fiend purchased a Megatama in the Tower of Kagetsuchi's third floor, heard about this from Mito, and then was like, you know what? Everyone is racing to the top of this giant, like 600 floor tower to like create a new world. What if I just left?
Okay.
It didn't happen, is what I'm saying. Similarly, though, like Ren doesn't have an omnipotent orb, so no one is immune to all damage. 666, yeah. So no one is immune to all damage. We're not playing that fucking game. So let's talk about attack potency. We're going to talk about the Phantom Thieves. Easiest to prove. We're going to gloss over them real quick on attack potency. There's a reason we're starting with the Phantom Thieves. Is they obviously defeated Yaldabaoth, and Yaldabaoth surpasses the Stratoslayer of the Clouds, so he has to be over 2,000 meters in height. And also, he kind of scales off of Lavenza, who scales off of Elizabeth, who scales off of Erebus, which is said to be able to rip a mountain and throw it into the sky. And Elizabeth fucking sandbagged the shit out of, just completely stomped Erebus. So, if so, facto, Yaldabaoth, minimum mountain level. So we know that their basic attacks can bare minimum damage a mountain. Then we expand that to an even stronger entity, which is Maruki, who has all of the power they had when they defeated Yaldabaoth, and they still beat him. Then Awakened Maruki, where he changes Azathoth into Adam Koimon, which is, as we have seen from other previous Persona games, a significant power, like a multiplicative power increase from your base persona when you awaken your persona. And then merged Maruki, even past that, they beat him again, barely. He almost fucking murdered their asses. Which we know from other Persona games is even stronger. Like, we know your power multiplies when you're merged. We know your power multiplies when you're awakened. He merged with his awakening. So, Adam Koimon merged Maruki, absolute fucking nightmare fuel. Easily second strongest thing ever fought in Persona. Beat out only by Nyx, and we're not fucking talking Nyx. Now, contrast that to Demi-fiend, and what I will say about Demi-fiend is I'm only going off of the events of Nocturne. I understand Adam Koimon looks like SMT9 Demiurge. I can see it, I guess. So we're only going off of Nocturne. I know that Demi-fiend also appears in Digital Devil Saga. I don't think that's canon. And I know he appears in SMT4 Apocalypse, which I did not play, where he fights Steven. And a fight against Steven, even a non-serious Steven, would change things, but I'm not sure how canon that is either. I'm going to be honest, Mega 10 games are not designed to interact with each other. Like, even Persona, which is in the same franchise, is not designed to interact with other Persona games. They just do not play nice together. So we're only going with Nocturne on this. He's a bonus boss in DDS1 and he's DLC for Apocalypse. Yeah, so we're not counting that shit. So this is just Nocturne. So the biggest things that Demi-fiend fights are Ahriman, Kagetsuchi, and Lucifer. And Ahriman appears to be bigger than Kagetsuchi. Lucifer appears to be the biggest of all. It's hard to tell how big they are, but we can basically spitball it. And I did something that I said we wouldn't do, but I prepared for this. Are you ready for this, John?
I'm ready.
I did math.
He did the math.
I did math for this one.
He did the math.
So we know that the post-conception, the Vortex world was formed with Kagetsuchi at the center. And it is a giant-ass sphere where Tokyo is wrapped around it. Now, the modern size of Tokyo as of like 2019, so it would theoretically be smaller, is 844.6 miles, which is 1,359,251.94 meters squared. That is the size of Tokyo. Now, we convert that into the surface area of a sphere, and that means that the volume of the Vortex world is 92,592.3 miles, that's rounded up, of course, or 149,012,862 meters cubed. Now, hold with me on here, because I know this is a lot of boring numbers. What this means is that the radius of the Vortex world is 328.89 meters, or 0.2 miles, with a diameter of 657.78 meters and 0.41 miles. So, with all that, and no one cares, but the circumference is 2,066.45 meters and 1.28 miles. Anyway, that part didn't matter. Anyway, so here's the basic idea of this, right? Now that we have a general size of the Vortex world, we are told that Kagetsuchi is in the center of the Vortex world. I suspect Kagetsuchi cannot be in the center of the Vortex world because both the obelisk and Tokyo Tower, which are still standing, are too large, and they would be stabbing him if he was in the direct center of the Vortex world. So I think he's in the sky, which kind of tracks because they mentioned that you have to get a bunch of Magetsuchi to make Kagetsuchi descend. So I think Kagetsuchi is in the center, but up top in the center. Or it literally would not fit. It would be stabbed by a bunch of big-ass towers. The important thing about this, though, is that if we assume Kagetsuchi is at the top and we, go off the size of the obelisk, we can assume that Kagetsuchi is probably at max 100 meters, which would be like medium building size for like Lucifer and shit. And honestly, if we're just like comparing the size of the apparent size of Demi-fiend versus Kagetsuchi, it looks more like Demi-fiend, like Kagetsuchi's maybe like house size. But we know that Lucifer is like maybe 2-3 times the size of Kagetsuchi, right? So you might have seen a problem already. Have you seen the problem, John?
No, what's that?
Well, as a repeat, Demi-fiend is taller than the Stratus cloud layer. So he has to be over 2,000 meters tall, correct?
Yes.
So he's basically the size of a medium-sized mountain, not a large mountain, a medium-sized mountain. The entire diameter of the Vortex world is 657.78 meters, which means that Yaldabaoth is almost 4 times larger than the entire setting of Nocturne.
Oh. Neat.
Yeah, what this actually means is that it is impossible to scale Demi-fiend to Phantom Thief level.
Okay.
It's literally impossible. I didn't expect to find that. So I'm going to break up the fight right there. Because this is a fucking nightmare calculation. So let's disregard what we normally do and look at, instead of looking at attack potency and durability and like speed, and acknowledge that literally no way we do this math will Demi-fiend get anywhere near one of the Phantom Thieves, let alone all of them at the same time. Let's just look at like how strong Kagetsuchi could theoretically be and just throw logic to the curb on this one, right? Because there's not necessarily a guarantee that Kagetsuchi is only as powerful as we can prove. Maybe Kagetsuchi's super powerful, right? So we know that Lucifer is theoretically stronger than Kagetsuchi, but we're going to use Kagetsuchi as a baseline for this because I think Kagetsuchi is a good baseline. We know that Kagetsuchi can create a world and he can manipulate reality across an entire world. That's pretty hype, right? We know that he's like a fragment, they say, of the Great Will. I'm not sure if he's actually a piece of the Great Will or if he is a piece of God. I believe the Great Will wasn't necessarily a thing in Nocturne. It's not clear. I don't think it super matters. The point is we can at least prove that Kagetsuchi could manipulate reality on a global scale. The thing is that we can also prove that Yeldabaoth can manipulate reality on a global scale, and we know that the Phantom Thieves, without the aid of Kagetsuchi, are also capable of creating their own world because they fucking did it.
Yeah, they did.
And then so did Maruki did it, and then they fucking beat them. So even if we assume that Yeldabaoth is as strong as Kagetsuchi only, and the Kagetsuchi is only Yeldabaoth level, that's still not a great fucking look for Demi-fiend. Because they not only beat Yeldabaoth just like he beat Kagetsuchi, they also beat Maruki, who was stronger than them when they beat Yeldabaoth, and then they beat him in awakened form and then merged awakened form. And Demi-fiend beat Lucifer, which we don't know how strong Lucifer is necessarily, but yeah, I mean, even if we assume he is like Maruki level, that still puts Phantom Thieves above on like an individual level. But even if we scale them back down and we say that the Phantom Thieves, one Phantom Thief is the equivalent of one Kagetsuchi, right? And even Ren is only Kagetsuchi level, and Demi-fiend beat Kagetsuchi and Lucifer, so he's stronger than all of them individually. That's still 10 Kagetsuchis.
A lot of Kagetsuchis.
That's a lot of Kagetsuchis. Yeah, like even if we like nerf the Phantom Thieves and say that the Demi-fiend is way stronger than we have any reason to believe, there's 10 of them. And I just can't see him pulling that one out. And other side point, and this is completely anecdotal, so I don't want you to think this is main evidence, but it is, as far as I'm concerned, just like another straw on this camel's back. In SMT Strange Journey, a weaker version of Yeldabaoth shit talks Lucifer, implying that Yeldabaoth might just be stronger than Lucifer. That granted, shit talks him behind his back, so like, who's to say? And also, I'm not even necessarily saying that, the presumably weaker version of Yeldabaoth in Strange Journey, like, we don't know that Lucifer in Strange Journey is weaker or stronger than Nocturne Strange Journey, so don't take that as evidence. I just think it's a thing to know that, like, Strange Journey Yeldabaoth is willing to shit-talk Lucifer, and Ren can assume the persona of Lucifer. Now, I wouldn't claim that Ren's persona of Lucifer is as strong as real Lucifer. I think that would be insane, but it is, again, another thing to note. So, I don't know. Maybe I missed something. John, what are your feelings on this matchup that I felt needed to be broken up immediately?
Well,
Demiurge and SMT and Yeldabaoth from P5 are not exactly the same thing, and SMT Demiurge is just an angel. Yeah, I like I said, I'm not saying that's like strong evidence, and I don't want that to be used necessarily. I'm just saying it is a thing to note. My main evidence is that Yeldabaoth is larger than the setting of Nocturne.
Well, having said all that, it sounds to me like there's no fucking way Demi-fiend can do this.
He might be able to, is what I will say, because Demi-fiend is supposed to be really strong, and Lucifer is like, you can lead my army in a battle against the Great Will. Which, if Demi-fiend can challenge the Great Will, then yeah, I mean, he's like, absolutely, he shits on the Phantom Thieves. I'm gonna be honest, I played Nocturne, I don't think he can fucking beat the Great Will. I think he gets obliterated easily by the Great Will. They're the same in the series of SMT. Demiurge is just an angel, like how Nyx and Izanami are just demons compared to Persona, where they're crazy god level motherfuckers. I actually believe that the canonical answer with Nyx is that the demon Nyx is like a shadow or like a reflection of true Nyx. Like, there's a difference between demon Nyx and true Nyx, is that they're like literally not the same entity. But yeah, like I said, like, that's not super strong evidence. I agree with you. I mean, honestly, just like looking at feats, and which isn't necessarily the best way to do it, it doesn't seem like Demi-fiend would really. The answer is Persona and SMT are made by different. Well, that's the meta answer, but I believe the official statement is that Demon Nyx is just a shadow of real Nyx. Like, I think they've said that officially. But yeah. Now, what I will say is that Demi-fiend has the reputation of being the strongest SMT protagonist, and I'm no SMT expert, but just from like looking around about like SMT lore and reading through things that other SMT fans have said based on the events of the games, controversial statement, I don't think Demi-fiend is the strongest SMT protagonist anyway. Above him, I would probably put, personally, without having actually played the games, I would probably put Nanashi from SMT4 Apocalypse, Space Marine from SMT Strange Journey, and Aleph from SMT2. By the way, Aleph probably can stomp the Phantom Thieves, because Aleph beat God in his true form.
All right.
By just like walking up and stabbing him. But I, you know, controversially, I honestly don't think Demi-fiend is as strong as people think Demi-fiend is. I also played Digital Devil Saga relatively recently. I think Seraph shits on both of them. Because Seraph had a fight with a fragment of God on the fucking sun, and I think you throw the Demi-fiend or the Phantom Thieves onto the sun, and they die because they're on the fucking sun.
That's fair. Yeah,
I mean, that's just my 2 cents. That's, you know, like, I don't want to pretend to be an SMT expert. I just played Nocturne, but that's what I've got going off Nocturne, that I cannot see Demi-fiend winning this. I really can't.
I guess.
And I went assuming he would. So
I guess the winner is Phantom Thieves.
Yes, this is controversially. On a side note, there is no way to come out ahead on this one, John, because Persona 5, because Persona fans really, really like Persona 5, and they really like talking about how great Persona 5 is.
Pretty good.
And SMT fans really like talking about how much they hate Persona. Like, it's basically the only thing the two fandoms do, is talk about how much they love Persona 5, and then SMT fans talk about how much they fucking hate Persona. So no matter who we pick, we're gonna get shit on.
You know what? That's fair, and you know, I'm ready for flack. You know, I mean, I've only played P5, so I mean, I can't really speak on SMT, so, but I will play it, and boy, will that'll be a thing.
Oh, that's gonna be an experience for you. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't want to say that Nocturne's a bad game. Like, play Nocturne by all means. It was actually a surprisingly good playthrough. But the Phantom Thieves, if we ignore outliers, are the strongest Persona team. Like, if we ignore Maki from Persona 1, Tatsuya from Persona 2, Makoto Yuki from Persona 3, and Naoto from Persona 4, like, the average level of the Phantom Thieves surpasses all the other Persona teams. So, like, I'm more than willing to make the bold-ass claim that Yeldabaoth is stronger than Nyarlathotep.
I mean,
So.
he was a giant motherfucker. So.
Mhm. And I do think that Demi-fiend can beat entire Persona teams by himself. I just don't think the Phantom Thieves is the team he can do it to. Like, I think he could, excluding Naoto, he can take out the whole P4 team, or excluding Maki, like strapped into, I want to say, the Deva system. He could take out the whole P1 crew also. Like, at least those two. He could probably even beat like the P3 crew if we ignore the universe. So he is strong. The Phantom Thieves are nuts.
They are pretty crazy.
They're pretty fucking crazy. What you're saying, Zach, I started this fight because I love Demi-fiend and think the Phantom Thieves are terribly written assholes. Yes. Yeah, that was my thing. If I want to get through anything on this, though, play both Persona 5 and Nocturne and decide for yourself. If I play like later SMT games or I get through Strikers, like I've said this before, and I feel the need to amend any of these fights because I feel like I went wrong somewhere, I'm totally willing to do that. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty satisfied with how this turned out.
And the winner is...
I've already picked the next one.
Oh, I thought you said this was the last one.
Well, maybe it is. Do you want it to be the last one, or do you want to keep going?
I love Fight Club.
If you love Fight Club, I've already picked the next one.
Do we have spoilers, or?
Yeah.
What is
Fuck it. There are literally no rules for this.
There's no rules for anything we do.
I got multiple requests for this.
Okay.
Chika Fujiwara from Kaguya-sama Love is War versus Fumetto from Berserk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That'll be an event.
Okay.
Nakajima and Yumiko versus Yu and Marie, Izanagi and Izanami versus Izanagi and Izanami. That last one hurts my fucking head, and I'm pretty sure I know what you're getting at with it, but still.
Well, that's going to be an interesting one for next month.
Yeah.
Which we will be doing right before my birthday, right? Yep.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yep.
Congratulations. I actually legitimately got multiple requests for that one.
Okay. Let's do it.
So, I'm going to do it.
Oh, speaking
you sarcastic assholes put it in my Fight Club.
So speaking of Berserk, I'm actually I think next week Megan and I are gonna start watching it. She's like, "Oh, what's a good anime to watch?" I'm like, "We should watch Berserk." She's never seen it because she's like, she watches stuff like Attack on Titan and Hunter x Hunter, and I'm like, "You want to watch a really good one? Let's watch Berserk." Because I was like, "You've seen me play Bloodborne, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, watch Berserk."
Yeah,
we're gonna watch that. She has no idea what she's seeing.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Oh boy, prepare
for divorce.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm making her watch all of Dragon Ball.
Assume the movies, right? Not the
no, we're watching
the 90s anime.
We're watching all of it.
You're watching the 90s anime?
Oh well, no, they had the remake anime.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, because they have
watching that, or they?
Because they have the movies, and then they have it's like 20 episodes or whatever of like the remake. I can't find the 90s one like anywhere safely.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
One side note before we move on from this, though, I used official art for both of these images. And the sick-ass Demi-fiend wallpaper comes from a Chinese PSN. It's Chinese specifically. It's China's PSN store, which is used for the Nocturne remaster. I just thought it was cool. I like the color contrast.
I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's on YouTube or $50 on DVD. I'll have to check it out on YouTube then. I didn't even think about YouTube. I never think about YouTube when it comes to this shit.
The original picture was colored. Huh.
I like the sepia tone.
Probably should have found that one then, shouldn't I?
I don't know. I like the sepia color of it. It's really nice. Moving on.
Yeah, I'm ready to move it on.
All right, and the winner is the Phantom Thieves.
Yes.
And I can't
I'm
wait for the
sorry,
hate mail.
Demi-fiend fans.
Good luck finding an HD. Oof. You'll post in Discord. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Next up, Dark Shady.
Dark City. Have you seen this film?
I have not.
Okay, so Dark City is a really interesting one. It was inspired by such classics as Nosferatu, Metropolis, and Akira, but it also acted as an inspiration for such films as The Matrix, Memento, and Inception. So it's a nice in between. It wears its inspirations on its sleeve, but it also inspired a lot of other things.
I've seen one of those films.
You've seen one of those films?
I haven't
Not
seen
multiple ones of those films.
I've seen two of the Matrix films. I've never seen Memento. It's on my watch list, and I've seen 1/3 of Inception because I was like, this movie's fucking boring. I'm done with this.
Really, I liked Inception.
I'm just not a fan of it. I'm gonna try to watch it again though, because everyone's like, you need to actually watch it.
Oh, I liked Inception. If you didn't like the first third of it, you probably won't like it. I'm gonna be honest.
I watched it when I was like,
I think the ending is great, but
boring paprika.
I don't think. But if you didn't, but like the ending isn't gonna save the film for you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Paprika is another movie that's on my watch list.
Paprika's pretty good.
Yeah, it's on my watch list.
I'm not like the biggest Satoshi Kon fan, but Paprika's pretty solid. I actually think I like the theme of Paprika better than I liked the movie Paprika. That said, Perfect Blue, I didn't like for most of the ride. The ending of that movie saves that fucking movie. Like, absolutely. Perfect Blue, actually legitimately great. Blew my fucking mind. Watch Perfect Blue. Anyway, Dark City, nothing to do with Perfect Blue. Actually has a lot to do with Perfect Blue. But
watch Perfect Blue.
Yeah, watch Perfect Blue. It is better than Dark City. Not that Dark City was necessarily a bad ride. So I actually watched this movie because I heard it was supposed to be a sort of modern take on Plato's allegory of the cave, which I can see, but it was definitely a film first and an allegory second. I also watched the director's cut, which I think adds like 12 minutes of footage. I've never seen the original. I don't know what those 12 minutes of footage were. So if you've only seen the original and I mention a scene that wasn't fucking in it, there you go.
Now, question. This is animated, I'm assuming?
You would assume incorrectly.
Okay. That's why I wasn't sure, because we're talking about some animated shit.
We were, yes. Well, also it inspired non-animated movies and was inspired by like Nosferatu and Metropolis, though.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so here's a basic rundown of it. A dude wakes up in a hotel room, murdered hooker, no memory of who he is or what's happening. Comes to find out that I'm reluctant to give in too many spoilers because I actually think this is worth watching just because it gives you this like this feeling of like, what the fuck is happening? Kind of feeling, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's worth a watch. Like it's a rent this film kind of thing. If anyone still rented films, if you can find it on like a streaming site or something,
it's on Prime Video. You can rent it. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, do that then. It's worth like one watch, but probably not more than one watch. But yeah, so basically this dude wakes up in a hotel room with like a murdered prostitute, no memory of who he is or what's going on. And he gets like a phone call from like a psychologist or some shit. And he is being chased by basically Mr. X from Resident Evil 2.
Spooky.
But like specifically the remake. Mr. X with the hat. And there's like 3 of them, and he finds out that he has like the ability to tune, which means he can kind of like manipulate the like structure of the city. So Nemesis. No, I mean he has the hat. They have the hat. But yeah, so he can like manipulate parts of the city, and without getting too much into it, as it turns out, these like Mr. X fuckers called the Strangers are like knocking people out every night at midnight and like replacing their memories and moving around the city. And there's more to it than that, but I honestly think it's worth at least a watch. Probably not more than a watch, but it's worth a watch because it's a fucking ride. I hear it's pretty derivative of Metropolis, but it's fun. It's a good watch. I don't know. I didn't want to spoil it. I didn't want to spoil this movie from 1998.
Yeah, it's only like 23 years old.
Yeah. Fucking spoil everything then. Aliens! Ah!
Well, I was gonna watch it, but now it's got a pretty stacked cast. Actually, you got William Hurt, you got Jennifer Connelly, you got Kiefer Sutherland. Actually, that's about it.
Jennifer Connelly plays the wife, and Kiefer Sutherland plays the psychiatrist.
Interesting.
Patrick's seen it.
Spoilers, so I watched this movie. I don't think I've maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, yeah.
That's all you got?
That was it.
Oh, that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get into it because I realized, you know what, I would actually just recommend watching it. And I feel like this is a spoiler kind of movie that you can spoil, so.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is, the next topic is a movie that you can talk about, and who cares about spoilers?
Yes.
Wanderlust.
Parasite.
Oh, shit, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me...
You want to do Wanderlust first?
No, hold on, let me...
Oh. All right, Pache, have a good night.
Good night, Pache. We love you.
Yeah, I watched Parasite, which I think like won an Oscar or some shit.
It won a whole bunch of Oscars.
Didn't it? Yeah. When was it? Like 2019? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it like the first foreign film to win Best Picture?
That would be correct.
Yeah.
Why is Chrome not coming up?
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so this is a Korean movie that I think, without knowing for sure that this was the first foreign film to win Best Picture, it was terrible and boring.
See,
yeah, I fucking said it.
I hear so many different things about this.
Oh, really? What have you heard about it?
So either people are like, wow, this is like one of the best movies ever, or like, we just didn't like it. I mean, personally, I haven't seen it. Spoilers, because I don't watch subtitled movies. But my previous roommate, who is like huge into movies, like even he was like, "Wow, this is like a really good movie." But
can I ask a question about him? Is he the kind of person that thinks too deeply about movies and loves pretentious bullshit?
No, not really. Actually, no.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like when he saw this movie, then he came home. He was like, "This movie's gonna win it." I was like, "Okay." I haven't seen it personally. The only subtitle movie that I've watched in the last year was Old Boy, which I cannot recommend more than the movie. It was fucking fantastic.
The Korean one, I assume.
Yes, the Korean one. Great fucking.
Yeah, it's on my list.
Oh, dude, watch it. It's literally like one of the only like subtitle things like I've watched and like actually like read and paid attention to the entire thing, and I can't recommend it enough. It's fucking fantastic. But yeah, so like so when it came to like this movie and stuff like that, like I was going to watch it, but he like kind of like talked about it like to the point where I was like, I don't watch this movie anymore. I was confused. Yeah, see, that's the other thing too, because that came out around the same time, and everyone was talking like people that like watch anime were telling me like about Parasite.
The Parasite movie did not come out in 2019, I don't think, unless I'm completely wrong about that.
No, this came out.
I feel like
doing it.
Yeah, the Parasite anime came out in 2015.
Did it? Well, for whatever reason, people were talking about the anime when this came out. Like somebody recommended it to me.
And the manga, I think, is from like the 90s.
Yeah.
88 to 95, yeah.
Yeah, my friend Stephanie was talking about Parasite. And I got confused with this movie. But then she's like, no, it's on like Netflix. Like you can watch it on Netflix. I'm like, the movie's like barely out in theaters. Like, how's it on Netflix?
Oh yeah, it launched on Netflix. That's probably why everyone was talking about it. Yeah.
So that was fun. That was a fun little time.
Yeah. So all right off the bat, this movie is fucking boring. It's really fucking boring. It is so boring that if you look on my Discord, I literally like posted on my Discord that I was watching it and I was bored while watching it. That's how fucking boring this movie was. The symbolism is way too on the nose, which I think is why people like it, because they're like, oh, it's so smart. It says things about society. It says the same shit about society everyone has always said about society. It's how fucking insightful. And yeah, I think my number one issue is that I hate the main characters, like all of them. I hate all of them.
That's fair.
Like, I ended up like feeling bad, like because the idea is it's supposed to be like you kind of almost sympathize. Well, I don't want to say I feel like you're intended to sympathize with the main family, but it kind of feels like you're intended to sympathize with the main family. It really does, especially at the end. And like they hate the rich people, but I'm like the whole movie I was like, no, I like the rich people. Fuck these fucking poor assholes. And they're like hoisted by their own petard because they were like making their way out of poverty during the movie, but then they fuck up their own lives, so it's their fault. And like the point about the movie is like you can't really climb out of poverty, but like they were doing it, so it undermines its own purpose. Like I feel like the message, I don't necessarily disagree with the message of the movie, but I disagree with how it was portrayed. And obviously, like, without going into spoilers, I cut out a lot of nuances of the film when I said that. So, but yeah, no, this was bad and shitty and stupid.
Yeah, it's probably a movie I'll never watch. Mostly because it's subtitled in like, again, like I've heard mixed things. Like either it's the best movie or it's like one of the most boring movies.
I would by no means call this one of the most boring movies, but
yeah,
I'm never that hyperbolic.
We've sat through Pat Labor, so
Pat Labor is not.
That was boring. I could not.
It was not. Okay, Pat Labor is more interesting, is what I'll say.
Okay.
But like, I've seen more boring. Like Magical Warfare is pretty terrible.
Yeah, but it was. I sat through it though.
I'd rather watch Magical Warfare.
I'll never watch it again, but yeah.
Yeah, then rewatch Parasite. How about I'll say that.
That's pretty aggressive. I think that's our lowest rated anime, right? Isn't that's our lowest rated anime so far, right? On Dartboard?
I mean, on Dartboard, yeah. On my actual list of anime I've seen, absolutely not.
Fair enough. Everybody does love robots, so you know, Maid's on something there.
No, Pet Labor is better than Magical Warfare.
Fair. Why are you so blurry right now?
Camera issue.
Oh, fair enough.
Discord is the worst possible way we could be making this podcast.
We could do Zoom.
I don't think that's a good idea because anyone can enter a Zoom call.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Like random join in. Like, so how do you feel about this anime?
No, I think it's actually a terrible idea because someone might just come in and start jerking off, and then you get banned.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right.
That was Parasite. It wasn't good, and it's not as smart as it thinks it is. It felt like a wink fest at times, but it wasn't super pretentious about it. I will say, like, it is definitely pretentious. It wasn't that pretentious. I've seen more pretentious films.
All right, Parasite.
Moral of the story: I have no strong feelings about Parasite.
What the fuck are you thinking? That was like my company. We used Adobe Connect, and it crashed when everyone was on it. There was like 500 people on it at once, and it fucking just crashed the entire system. They're like, "Yeah, this is a good idea." I'm like, "No, it wasn't."
No, I wouldn't say it's Nier Automata level. Nier Automata is the most pretentious game I think I've ever played.
I'm actually semi-playing that right now.
Head all the way up its own ass.
That is one of the games that I bought now. Oh no, it was
Granted, it's a pretty nice ass.
Good booty.
2B's butt has more polygons than Child Link from Ocarina of Time.
I didn't need that fun fact, but I loved it.
You did need that fun fact. You were wrong about that.
I do love it. The original Nier is better.
That is true. Also, I think the remake might be out because I've been seeing people play it.
It is out, yeah.
Yeah, so play the remake of Nier instead.
It's on my wish list on Steam. But Automata is free on Xbox Game Pass, so I was like, oh, I'll try it out.
Yeah. The only downside to original Nier or the remake is you don't get 2B's butt. You can peek at Kaine, but apparently she kills you. So
the remake looks like garbage. Everyone looks like a doll. Lame.
But Kaine has a bigger dick than 2B, so there you go. You win some, you lose some.
Big dick boys.
Now Wanderlust.
Oh yeah. Okay, what happened? What happened? Okay, that was weird. Wanderlust. Have you seen this movie?
Fuck no.
Okay. Do you like stupid Paul Rudd comedies?
I don't know who Paul. Oh no.
What do you mean you don't know who Paul Rudd is?
I was about to say I don't know who Paul Rudd is.
Damn, man.
Yeah, I see that now.
Fucking damn.
I think I recognize most of these faces, or at least 3 of these 6 faces.
I was gonna say you probably know, like Justin Theroux is the guy with the hair. He was in a whole bunch of movies, like probably most importantly Mulholland Drive. I don't know if you ever seen that movie. If you haven't,
no.
It has one of my favorite cameos in every movie, in any movie in that movie. But it's really good. It's a David Lynch movie. Fine fuck.
Okay.
You definitely know the guy up top. That guy's like into fucking everything. That's fucking Alan Alda right there.
Nope.
And
it's easier just to tell you who I do know. I know Paul Rudd, Jennifer Aniston, and I recognize the lady, the other lady,
Milan Ackerman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the lady and I watched this the other night, because she's like, put on something stupid that we can just kind of chill out and have a couple drinks and watch. So I picked this movie, forgetting that it had one of my favorite scenes in any comedy movie in it, which I'm not going to spoil because if you want, it's definitely on YouTube because I've watched it a couple times. Just search Paul Rudd Wanderlust bathroom scene and just watch it. It's like the best 2 minutes of your life. Anyways, this movie is about a couple who live in New York. She is doing a documentary on penguins for some reason, and he works at some like firm or something. Like I can't remember exactly where. He ends up getting fired because his company gets shut down because of fraud and stuff like that. So they end up going to move in with his brother, who's played by Ken Marino. And on the way down, they stay at this what the fuck? Like I don't know, hippie commune. I guess you would call it. They stay there for the night, and then they come back, and eventually they decide to live there. So it's a stupid comic movie. So it's filled with a whole bunch of stuff like dick jokes, stupid people. Justin Theroux is honestly one of the best parts of the movie, just because of the character he plays. He's like some guy that's like been off the grid since like the 80s. So he like Pastel, what's up? How you doing? He makes like ridiculous
Hi,
references
Pastel.
like to like cassette tapes and stuff like that. It's like great. I'm great. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good as well. Um, he's one of the best. Obviously, Paul Rudd is obviously great in it as well. He has literally one of my favorite scenes of his ever in the movie, where he's just trying to give himself a pre-sex pep talk basically, and it's one of my favorite scenes ever. I mean, other than that, there's really not much to say. It's basically a story about a couple. Just to throw his character is kind of a dickhead and just kind of fucks about and like tries to get the commune sold off. Streams have been pretty good actually. Yeah, they've been a lot of fun since I've been back. It's been a blast coming back and playing Bloodborne and a couple other games. But yeah, if you got like an hour and a half to waste and you want to watch a stupid ass movie, Wanderlust is where it's at. It was on HBO Max, so if you have Max, you can free. Yeah, it was good.
A lot of good yucks, huh?
A lot of good shucks and a lot of good fucks. I'll keep that in mind.
Really?
I mean, kind of, yeah. There's no nudity in it, except for the dude that's holding the wine bottle. You see his pee a couple times.
Yeah. Well then now I have to see it, obviously.
Yeah, it's I don't know if they use a stunt cock or not, but I'm there.
Well, I hope not. That's the whole reason to watch the film.
It's all yeah. But yeah, recommend. It's fun. Good movie. Stupid.
Okay.
Moving right along to Superman,
Red Sun.
which I haven't seen actually, but it was on my list of movies to watch.
Okay, so this is an animated movie where it's based on the Superman Red Sun comic. I forgot who did the original. I forgot who did Superman Red Sun as a comic, honestly.
I can't remember. I'm familiar with the premise of it, but I've never read the comic.
No, I remember it was someone actually famous, written by Mark Miller.
I was going to say Miller,
yeah.
but I didn't want to sound like an idiot.
Yeah, it was Mark Miller who did, I believe, original Civil War, Kingsman, and the Ultimate shit.
Yeah, Miller's
Wanted.
Yeah, Miller's.
And Kick-Ass. Yeah. So yeah, here's the basic idea. It's like the 40s or some shit. Fucking Superman, Kal-El, falls into like Soviet Russia. Like he falls into Soviet Russia and then he ends up joining the Russian military, and then they're like, Superman, you're gonna be our war against the America. You're gonna spread commie juice everywhere. And Superman's like, I'm all about spreading that commie juice. And like, he's not necessarily evil, which I kind of appreciate. He's just like communist Superman. It really is like a story about like, what if Superman was a communist? And like, there's like Batman, and he's just like objectively a terrorist. And they also have Wonder Woman in it, and she's just like Wonder Woman. She's a lesbian in this movie, which fair enough. The thing I will say about Wonder Woman being a lesbian is like there's nothing wrong with it, but like she was kind of conceived as a bisexual character.
Yeah,
so
it makes sense because she lives with an entire island of women.
Yeah. So like I don't know. It's not really my battle, but it's just like, just make her bi. Like, stop fucking with Wonder Woman, people. Wonder Woman deserves to be a bi icon. But anyway,
I agree.
Like I said, not really my battle. But anyway, yeah. So Wonder Woman's in this movie, and there's like a shitty terrorist Batman. And they create a plan to take out Soviet Superman, like terrorist Batman would, that like would actually work because he locks him in like an underground bunker with a bunch of red sun generators. And I'm like, no, that would do it. I mean, like if I were to kill Superman, that would be the way to do it. The only issue is I don't know how Soviet Batman figured out Superman's weakness to red sunlight.
Oh, just a plot hole.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is based on a comic, so like maybe they explain it in the comic, but like that's a weird thing to just know, right? Like if you looked at like hypothetically, right? It's like the 60s or something. You look at Superman, you wouldn't instantly know he was powered by sunlight, let alone be able to immediately figure out he's weak to red sunlight, would you?
Nah.
You would just think he's a fucking Superman.
Exactly, yeah.
It's one of those weaknesses where it's like, that's a weird weakness you've suddenly figured out. Frank Miller's Wonder Woman hates men and calls them sperm banks. This is part of why Frank Miller isn't respected anymore. I hear he went crazy. Frank Miller did. I don't know all the details about him. But yeah, this movie's actually just kind of boring. Case in point, I kind of don't remember how it ended.
Yeah, my best friend Tom, who's been in the stream and stuff, like he's seen this movie. He's like, yeah, you can skip it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you can skip it. It's interesting. Like, honestly, I thought about it. I'm like, oh, it's an interesting premise. I've thought about it more. I don't even think it's an interesting premise. What if Superman was communist? I don't know. I guess we'd have communist Superman. Like,
Oops.
it goes
Oops,
where you think
right.
it goes. It's not even like what if Superman is evil. It's literally what if Superman was communist.
See, I'm a sucker for like what if scenarios too. Like that's why like I loved like a lot of the Marvel stuff. There's like, what if Spider-Man didn't get bit by the spider and somebody else did, or like what if like Captain America was actually whatever. You know, I like stuff like that. I'm like really excited for like the what if series.
Captain America was communist?
Yeah, he was Captain Communism. Yeah, the same guy, you know. But like, doesn't Peter Parker become Lizard and die? There's a couple. Yeah, Spider-Man has like a whole bunch of like. I think the best one was like, what if Gwen Stacy didn't die? Like that was a really good one.
I actually, speaking of what if Gwen Stacy didn't die, I'm just gonna go off of what you said and say that the timeline where, like, the universe where Peter Parker becomes Lizard and then dies is actually the Spider-Gwen timeline.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Mm-hmm. If you've I knew this before seeing the movie, but if you actually have seen the movie Into the Spider-Verse, when Spider-Gwen is giving her backstory, there's like 3 seconds of Peter Parker turning into the Lizard and then dying.
I must have missed that because I've seen that movie.
It's
a whole bunch of
really,
times.
they do not dwell on it. It is in there, but it is very quick. Like I think they did it so that like if you know, you're like, hey. But if you don't know, it's just like, oh, I didn't even see that.
I'll have to rewatch that now.
Mm-hmm.
That movie deserves a rewatch. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's a good film. It's better than fucking... Look, if you have an option between watching Into the Spider-Verse or watching Superman Red Sun, watch Into the Spider-Verse. And this is coming from someone whose favorite superhero is Superman.
And this is coming from someone whose favorite favorite superhero is Spider-Man.
Awesome. Yeah. Just watch Into the Spider-Verse.
If you would read the comic, Penny Parker comes from It's Literally Gerard Way, going, man, I sure do love it. Yeah, I mean...
Well, who doesn't love Evangelion?
Who doesn't love Gerard Way?
I don't know who that is, so...
Oh, well, you're not an emo king like I am, so...
I most certainly am not.
Yeah. I, however, am.
All right. So I think we're ready to move on.
Which is actually my most anticipated topic of the night, because I've been wanting to talk about this for a week now. Actually,
and we're gonna have to hold off for just 1.5 more minutes.
Do you have to go to the bathroom?
I will literally wet myself.
That's fair. I do also. I gave it a 9 out of 10. I own two See, I like. I'm old enough to like My Chemical Romance before they were cool. Like I liked them before even Sweet. Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge. So I don't want to brag, but I've seen them live a couple times.
I have not, I think, heard any My Chemical Romance songs.
Oh, you definitely heard like a couple. You just didn't know they were them. You've definitely heard a couple.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
like they're very mainstream now. You've definitely heard them.
They were big when I was in like middle school.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, because when I was like when I was just getting into high school, that's when like I started listening to them. Yeah, from the album I Want, but it cost $500. Yep. Or what? The vampire. What is it? Can't remember the name of it. Like bullets, or I can't remember. I know the CD.
Bullet for My Valentine?
No,
No.
I have that CD
That's
actually.
something. I said something.
I have that CD. The Poison. That's a very iconic album in the metalcore genre. Yeah. Anyways, we'll be right back before Zach literally pees himself with more from our sponsor, My Chemical Romance. You brought
Would
me
not
love,
be
and
the
I
first
brought you
time.
bullets. Yeah, the CD had something about vampires on it. I remember that's like one of the first songs I heard because I found them on MySpace. Anyways, Zach's gonna piss his pants. We'll be right back after My Chemical Romance. All right, this next topic I'm very excited to talk about, which is it's great that you watched this because I was going to talk about it too. Sounds like the kind of thing a P3 Protag would own. What a stack of CDs, or like that CD in particular.
That CD in particular, yeah.
Fair.
Makoto Yuki is just straight up an emo kid.
Well, I'm fine with that. I'm like old school.
He is
emo
also
kid.
Persona's strongest protagonist.
I've got the scars to prove I was an old school emo kid. Anyways, our next topic is Invincible.
Invincible.
Emo Jesus.
Very accurate. Yes, based on a comic by Robert Kirkman that I always intended to read and then never did.
Same. Same thing.
Robert Kirkman, also famous for
The Walking Dead.
Eric Grady Ant-Man and The Walking Dead. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did do Eric Grady, man. I forgot about that.
He did, in fact, do Scumbag Ant-Man.
Scumbag. He is scumbag at me. You're not wrong. So initial thoughts.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
I fucking loved it.
Yeah.
From like down to like the animation, like the 40-minute runtime too, I thought was brilliant for like an animated show because you don't see that typically. And it was only eight episodes long, but it felt more like 16 just because you had these extra episodes and they flowed pretty well. And like the voice cast alone, like you have Stephen Ewan, who is famous for obviously The Walking Dead, J.K. Simmons, who plays Omni-Man, which is fucking perfect cat. I love J.K. Simmons and anything he fucking does, and I thought he was like just perfect for Omni-Man. Like the way he emotes and stuff like that. Like this isn't his first foray into voice acting, so it was perfect. It's Sandra Oh as Mark's mom, Debbie, right? That's her name, right?
Yeah, Deborah.
Yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Yeah, Seth
as
Rogen.
Alan.
You had Ezra Miller as DB. What's his name? The robot.
D.A. Sinclair.
D.A. Sinclair. Yeah, I don't. I almost said DB.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, that was Ezra Miller. You had Mark. No, what's his name? Hold on, let me pull up the actual cast.
I'm not sure we need to go through the actual. The point is, it's star-studded.
It's very star-studded. Yeah, Justin Roiland shows up for one episode. Actually, the DB Sinclair episode. Yeah, in the beginning, which Justin Roiland just hilarious in anything he does. Even though Rick and Morty got old real quick, but
got old.
It was good for like 2 seasons. I was like, I'm also
no, it was not.
Oh, I like the first 2 seasons.
That's right. I'll fucking fight Rick and Morty fans right now. Rick and Morty is the worst thing we've talked about today.
Yeah. So how do you?
Dan Harmon is a hack.
my favorite thing about the Rick and Morty ending credits is when, in like the first season, like he's on the couch with his wife, and then they got divorced, and then he's just on the couch alone. It's like the funniest shit to me. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I love it. Salt and Pickle Rick, funniest shit I've seen. See, that's when the show stopped being funny for me. That's when I was like, you know what? I think I'm all set with this.
That's actually a meme.
Very meme. Very meme. The whole show's a meme.
No, that sentence.
Oh, he turns himself to a pickle.
Turns himself into a pickle, pickle Rick, funny shit I've seen. Yeah, that's a meme.
Oh, is it really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm old. How do you want to talk about this? Because
I mean, it just finished. I mean, the comics have been out forever, but the show itself, like, just finished. So what I will say is that they did confirm season 2 and 3,
which I'm pumped.
and Robert Kirkman actually wrote the final episode himself. So he's like on board for this adaptation, and he said they could go for like 7 or so seasons on it. He even actually said that if they finish the comic, he is willing to just keep writing.
Really?
Yeah, he said that. He's like, yo, if they want to go past the comic, I'll fucking work on something.
So I've spoiled the comics for me. Like I've done my research on this universe. This is like after I watched this, I was so intrigued by these characters. Like even though it's in a show form right now, like the comic's been out for a while. I don't have time to sit there and read comics, so I've been like listening to like the character, basically arcs and stuff like that. And like the way I don't know if you know anything about it, so I won't talk about it too much. But
oh no, go for it. So like I said, I always intended to read Invincible.
Yeah.
So I knew about Invincible well before the show came out.
Okay, yeah. So like you know how like Mark's story arc ends then, right?
Vaguely.
So basically at the end of the series he just becomes like the
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
That's a bit much. Let's not spoil the fucking comics.
Yeah. But I don't know how they'd go past that, but I mean there's like the lore.
I don't think they should go past that.
I don't think they should either. Like honestly, if they adapt up to that, like I think it'd be one of the best.
I think that would be the best possible ending for the show. Yeah,
exactly,
I'm on board if they want to do a full Invincible adaptation. They've definitely condensed some shit and cut some shit out and rearranged some shit, from what I understand.
Yeah, they definitely have. Yeah.
So if they cut the whole, like, I think it's like 180 or something issues down to like 7 seasons, works for me. They say hindsight's 2020, so I think Invincible started in what, like 2002 or something. So like if Robert Kirkman's on board, he's definitely had enough time to figure out like what he would change and what he would cut, just to make more of a concise product. So
yeah, because they changed like a little bit of robot stuff. Like his stuff happened more in the beginning, where in the comics it happened like before the Invincible War and stuff like that.
Yeah, they got through some shit faster.
Yeah, which I thought was like after watching it,
I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, to like condense it more and make it the animation flow a little bit more, because if they spend too much, that's the thing I like about the show, that they don't spend too much time on bullshit. They spend more time on the story, because that's what that's what's interesting about it. Like the side stuff is cool for like the comics, but if you condense it, like the whole stuff with DB at the end, what I keep DA, I keep thinking DB.
Just call him Sinclair.
Yeah, like that stuff doesn't happen until way later either, when he makes like the robot men with Cecil, which I thought was
Cecil,
yeah, Walton Goggins. I kept saying Walter the other day, which pissed everyone off, which was funny. Also great casting too. But yeah, like I kind of like that they're speeding things up and moving the story along. So like when we get to season 2 and 3, like I would just assume season 3 is just gonna be the Invincible. So I think they're gonna introduce the I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but
Conquest.
I feel like that's gonna be in season 2 too.
Conquest is definitely in season 2.
Yeah, but
They've already shown him.
did they?
Yeah.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they did.
They
Yeah,
did.
they
They
did.
definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. No, I'm talking about the alternate reality guy that like keeps fucking with Mark like throughout the entirety of the comic book. I can't remember his name right now, but I feel like they're gonna introduce him in season 2, and then set
Mm-hmm.
it up for season 3 to be the Invincible. Like that kind of happens, kind of in the middle of the story too. And there's like stuff with like Robot and Monster Girl too that happens in that name time too. Which I don't know how they're
Yeah.
gonna really attack that, but
No, I mean, if they're going for like like I feel like the first 2 seasons are all the Viltrumite stuff.
that would make the most sense. Yeah, and then like season
And
5
then
and
deal with
6.
the other shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it's for sure like Thrag and the Viltrumites. But
there's just some stuff I don't know how they're going to handle, because
mhm.
there's some R word in the comics too. So
They're just gonna do it.
that I would assume
Ha-
so. Yeah,
have you seen The Boys?
I haven't
Because
seen the boys
it's
yet.
an Amazon original. I think they're just gonna do it.
Yeah, like everyone's been recommending the boys. Man, I just haven't had time to sit down and watch it. I
Invincible is
prom
better.
Is it okay?
I will also say Invincible, as far as the comics go, is done by Robert Kirkman, who actually likes superheroes, whereas Garth Ennis did The Boys, and he fucking hates superheroes, and it goddamn shows.
Um, I'm extremely excited for these next 2 seasons. I kind of hate that I just power watched it all in one day, because now I just want more. So now I'm gonna have to wait like a full year to watch more.
Yeah.
But it was nice to just spend a whole day literally just watching this. Like I started at work and then finished it at home. So
Yeah, it was a good show, for sure. I enjoyed it. Um, I think my favorite episodes were probably 5 and 7.
yeah, no, yeah, you're right on the money with that. Yeah,
Yeah. Um, Battle Beast is fucking awesome.
Battle Beast is pretty sweet. Yeah,
I love that he just shows up.
yeah, he's just
I
there.
I did because I knew Battle Beast going into it, but I didn't know he just shows up
He
because I
just
hadn't read the comic. I didn't expect him to just show up. So when I saw him, I was like, Lion Man. And then I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking. And then he just started wrecking house.
he does in fact wreck house.
And I'm like, wait a minute, that's fucking Battle Beast.
Oh, yeah, I do like that the show stayed true to like the brutal nature of the comics too. Like the fact that
Yeah.
they didn't stray away from any of that stuff. Like, unfortunately, the ending of the first episode did get spoiled for me, because I listened to a podcast that same morning when I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch this.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of
Yeah,
ruined for
that's
me.
one of the things I already knew.
I didn't know that, so they were talking about the show, and I was like, okay, and they're like, we're gonna talk spoilers, and I was like, I do inventory on some Tuesdays, so I couldn't just hit pause, so I just kind of played. I'm like, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it was spoiled, but like actually watching it, I was like, okay, this is pretty fucking nuts. Because it kind of like reminded me of like Injustice Superman almost, like how he
Yeah.
like I like that stuff. So like, and it was kind of like the whole question was like, why did he do it to? And like, you don't find out until the last
Yeah.
episode.
Why is the big one?
Yeah, because like, it was like danced around the entirety of
Mm-hmm.
the series until like the last one, and that's when you're kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, which I'm glad that wasn't that. At least the last episode wasn't spoiled for me, because like his reasoning
Oh,
behind
did you
it,
not know?
I did not know. No. So
Oh, okay.
so before I watched this, I had no knowledge of this world. Like
Oh, okay.
I knew it was a comic, but I didn't know anything about the characters in it. I didn't know jack shit about it. So that's why like when like that part got spoiled, I was like, eh.
Yeah, I wanted to read the comic because I already knew all this shit. And then they made a show, and I'm like, I guess I'll just watch the show instead.
Yeah, but I mean, it was fascinating, like watching this, and then I was like, okay, now I want to learn more. So I like obviously watched a couple YouTube videos, and I was like, okay, who are these characters? Like, where does it? Because like, I'm gonna watch the story, but it's gonna take years for it to come out. So I was
Mhm.
like, I kind of want to know where these stories are going, so I can be more in depth with the world. I'm gonna know where these characters are going, but it'll be more. It'll mean more to me when I actually see it.
Mhm.
Come to like the live format. Than to just sit there and read the comics and be like, oh, well, what is it? What is it gonna be like? You know. So I kind of wanted to know like more about the world. So like I know the entirety of everyone's story now, and I'm pretty excited.
I understand that completely. Yeah, like I said, I kind of like already knew all of this. That's why I wanted to read it in the first place, and then I just didn't. So it's been on my radar for a good long while, probably over a decade at this point. Along with another similar series called like Irredeemable, which has a similar premise. Which I'm not sure if you've ever heard of that.
I have heard of that series, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, pretty good. Oh, I also really liked episode 7 where they just threw everything in the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think that one's probably my favorite episode because of like it just keeps going. You know what
Like,
I'm saying?
they're like, do the laser. All right, send out the monster.
Get the hammer of dawn.
Also, I love Immortal because he's just like batshit crazy when he comes back. Spoilers.
Yes.
Invincible, you know, what is it with comic books and full? Good question. They should do a new comic book called Iron Manable.
It's probably real. The Iron Mandible.
Just like, knock, 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 knock.
Arr.
Um,
Yeah, Immortal is a fucking goofy ass character. I don't know how I feel about Immortal. I have this thing where characters turn out to be secretly historical characters that I usually am not a fan of.
when I found that out, I was like, okay.
Yeah, and it's like, what if he was every historical character?
I was like, oh, you Abe Lincoln, okay.
And Lancelot,
Oh
and I
yeah,
think
and
Alexander the Great.
yeah. I was like, okay. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah. Elephant in the room, though. Amber.
Yes.
What are your feelings on Amber?
Um, I I know she's gonna be like non-existent basically soon.
I am not an Amber fan.
I mean, she's there.
She feels here's my thing, right? Like Amber feels kind of self-entitled to me, and I know exactly, and I don't care about spoiling this week. Look, you can spend 5 fucking seconds watching the show and instantly figure out who the love interest is, like the real love interest. So
Yeah. It's
no,
very
no
apparent
one
from
for
episode
any
2.
amount of time thought it was Amber. Um, so anyway, like Amber, here's my thing, right? If Amber, like, once he reveals himself as a superhero to Amber, she says, "Oh, I've known for weeks." That's, I think, where Amber falls apart for me, because if her stance is he keeps making these promises to her and he keeps abandoning her, then she's totally in the right. You know, he shouldn't be leading her on when he knows he can't be making his obligations to her. You know,
Mhm.
that's on him. And if her argument is like, okay, well, if you have to go be a superhero, then there's like 2 ways to do this. Like, either one, this shit's too dangerous for me and it sounds hectic and I don't want to be involved in it, in which case she'd be right. Or if she was like, okay, well, then if you have to go be a superhero and save people all the time, you can't fucking keep these promises to me anyway. So, by lieu of that, I still don't want to be involved with it. Stop making these fucking promises to me that you can't keep. You know, like there's 3 different ways, and she'd be right in all of those instances. But when she's like, I've known for weeks, That's when the problem comes in, because that means that she's known he's a superhero and she's been allowing him to lead her on the entire time while not saying anything about it or engaging with him or having the courtesy to be like, hey, I'm not a fucking part of this. I'm dumping you because, like, for realsies, I'm dumping you. And then where it extra falls apart is when the Reanimen attack and she's like, where were you, Mart? And it's like, well, bitch, if you've known for weeks, you fucking know where he's been. He was right there.
Yeah, that whole episode kind of
2
loses.
feet away from you.
It loses meaning when she's like, "I've known for weeks."
Yeah. Now I've heard like arguments that it's like, oh, she just said that to piss him off. In which case, like, fuck her. In that case, like, she said the only thing that could have made her wrong in that scenario.
Yeah, I was like, after episode 2 and like they start like hanging out and stuff like that, I already was like, you know what, this isn't gonna last anyway. So like, I'm not interested in this character. I like, good for Zazie Beetz for bringing this character to life, but yeah, like you can already see where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, she really threaded the needle. She took the only route where Mark isn't the asshole.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, well, Mark's still the asshole, but she took the only route where she is also the asshole.
Yeah. Mark appears to have a long history of just disappointing his woman. So.
But yeah, that was Invincible. It was good. I didn't want to. I kind of like toned down the conversation. Well, we can talk spoilers if you want to put a hard spoiler warning on it, but
I mean,
yeah, I feel like it just came out is the thing.
No, fair enough. Yeah, a lot of people are still probably watching and stuff.
And with comic sales down, no one's gonna read the comic. Let's be honest.
No, everyone's gonna do exactly what I did and just go to YouTube. I'm like, I'm not
or just wait for it to come out. Yeah,
because like I was like, I can wait 7 years and watch the rest of the show, or I can just learn about the characters and then be more intrigued and stuff like that. Like, I mean, yeah, it's really hard to talk about this without spoilers, but I mean, it was a fantastic show, and I'm very excited to see season 2 and season 3. If it doesn't make a full series, I'm probably gonna be super upset and write a letter to someone and be like, you need to continue, because the whole story is like perfect for adaptation. Like there's a lot of different beats and stuff like that. There's like such a good character arc that I just want to see unfold on the show, that it just needs to be done. And I just want to see it all. And it needs to go like you said, like a full 7-8 seasons. I feel like 7.
Well, no, that's what Kirkman said it could be, is up to 7.
That makes sense.
It's been confirmed to 3.
Yeah, like there's no way they can do the entire series in 3. So like 7 makes sense.
No, yeah,
there's too much. Like I said, season 3 is probably going to be Invincible. That would make the most sense, because that's like a pretty big arc, and it leads to a whole bunch of other stuff. We'll see. I recommend it. If you got Amazon Prime, go watch it.
One last thing, that fucking train scene though, right?
Oh my god, yeah, dude,
that shit was brutal.
I watched that at home, so like I was on the TV and stuff like that, and I'm like eating dinner, and like the whole time I'm just staring at the TV. I'm like, this is fucking great.
Yeah,
that whole episode was like just like, because you watch these superhero movies and you're like, well, like nothing ever happens.
I've heard it phrased as like the Man of Steel fight, but like, what if people were in the city?
That's 100%, yeah. That's what I would have compared it to too, because like if you watch that Zod and Superman fight, you're like, there's no way there's like not like thousands upon thousands of casualties. I mean, you see kind of
there actually were. That was the whole thing in Batman vs Superman. You see Batman from the ground floor, but
yeah, Ben Affleck.
Not that Not that anyone should watch Batman versus Superman. That movie was terrible.
Nope. But I will recommend Justice League Snyder Cut because it does make it a way better movie, and it's better than Batman.
What a claim, man!
It is, but I've seen both versions of BVS.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying.
I don't care who am I going to
I
pick.
completely fucking agree with you. I was being sarcastic. That movie was not well received.
It was not now. I remember seeing that.
Speaking of Batman versus Superman, though, the Snyderverse is dead.
Yeah, unfortunately. Rest in peace. I would honestly love to see where it went too, because like they set up a good amount of stuff at the end of Justice League, like Snyder Cut, and like it's the fact that it's not going to pay off is kind of stupid. And I think personally, Warner Brothers is kind of screwing the pooch on that because like you can do this like multiverse thing, but like why? Like because you don't want to be like the MCU, but that's the formula that works. And like you had kind of something like that, and now you're just gonna abandon it. Like, what was the whole point of doing the Snyder Cut then? You know,
money. I think the problem with the DC cinematic universe is that they wanted to get to Avengers money as fast as possible, but they didn't set up for the Avengers.
No, like
they didn't give it the time.
Yeah, like obviously Marvel did it the right way. They obviously introduced Iron Man, then right after 2 months after Iron Man came out, you had the Incredible Hulk movie, which it's a hit and miss movie.
I thought the Hulk movie came first.
No, it came out after. Yeah, Iron Man came out in April, and then Hulk came out in June or July or something like that. It was literally like 2 months later, and then the year after you had Thor. And you had Iron Man 2, which set up Black Widow. Thor set up Hawkeye very briefly. Then you had, obviously, the first Avenger with Captain America, and that basically led right into Avengers. And, like, that whole setup, like, I remember, like, very vividly seeing all those movies in theaters and then watching Captain America and that ending scene where he's just out in New York and it's, like, 2011 or whatever you want to... Or, yeah, it would have been 2011 in that. And he just comes out and you're like, okay, I know what's gonna be next. And like it was like just a full 9-month wait until Avengers came out, and it was crazy. Here we are, years later.
It was May 2nd for Iron Man and June 8th for Hulk.
Oh, so yeah, it was like then it was like a month, yeah.
Or June 13th as like U.S. theatrical release, but Gibson Amphitheater had June 8th. So see, it was about a month later.
Yeah, because I saw Hulk right after my birthday that year. I remember because I saw Iron Man, and then I saw Hulk like right after. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean they just like everyone calls it the rush of the Justice League, and that's where they kind of failed. Instead of setting up these characters and making us care about them, it was more like, oh, here's 5 seconds of them and Batman versus Superman.
They did Batman versus Superman, Lex Luthor, and Doomsday all in one movie.
And introduced Justice League.
Yeah, what the fuck were they thinking? Each one of those is a movie.
Literally, though. Like, that was like the thing. Like, they never did a Man of Steel 2. They never had a proper Affleck. I mean, introducing Batman and Batman vs Superman, like, sure, but like, why do I care? Like that was the whole thing. Like, we understand like you want money, but like, in order for the general audience to even give a shit about these characters, like, we need like, especially come out from movies like The Dark Knight and stuff like that, and then you had like Green Lantern, which was fucking awful. You know, you had your Jonah Hexes and just like all these other failed DC adaptations. Man of Steel was garbage. Man of Steel was alright. Man of Steel was watchable.
I liked Man of Steel.
Yeah.
I actually liked it.
Like that movie's...
That was like the only one I liked.
And like that was like DC already had people already had a bad taste in their mouth for DC, and then they just decided, hey, we're gonna do Man of Steel, and everyone was like, okay, cool, finally, like a Superman movie, like we can forget about Superman Returns. And then all of a sudden they're like, okay, well now we're doing Batman vs Superman. I was like, okay, but where does Batman come from? Like,
Yeah.
what's his story? Like, I understand that like they did the same thing with Spider-Man and like Civil War and Homecoming, but it worked better because yeah, he was introduced in Civil War, but like he you kind of get you don't need the origin story for a Batman or Superman because everyone fucking knows the origin story. Like no one's gonna be
Yeah.
like, how did Batman become Batman? And how does Spider-Man become Spider-Man? Like we've seen Spider-Man's origin story twice before that in two separate like different trilogies. Even though the other one didn't get a third movie, but we've seen Batman become Batman how many times? Dark Knight, the Michael Keaton one, I believe the George Clooney one too. Multiple shows. Like we don't need it. We just don't need it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Now, here's what I will say. If you want to see a Superman movie where he actually fights Doomsday, though, check out Superman Doomsday. I think is what it's called.
Is that
The
like
Death of Super. Yeah, check out the Death of Superman 2018. It's an animated film. It is legitimately good. And yeah, I believe it is also the film that like introduces Lois Lane to the newer cinematic DC universe, the animated cinematic universe, and like they get you right in the ground. There's like, this is Superman, this is Lois Lane, this is why you should care about them. Here's Doomsday. Oh fuck, it's Doomsday. Everyone's dead. It's great.
see
It's like an hour and a half. It's legitimately a good movie.
DC has the better animated movies.
Oh my god, so they're so good.
Yeah. Marvel does not. um and as a Marvel fan, I'll admit that. Hand over fist. DC has better animated movies.
Mm-hmm.
They always will. Like The Dark
And
Knight.
as a DC fan, I will admit that Marvel has the better live action movies.
100%. Like it's like the death is not the death is the Dark Knight Returns. Like I part 1 and part 2 is some of my favorite animated superhero shit that's out there. Like it's so good. I watch it once or twice a year, back to back. Like those Joker scenes are like fucking phenomenal. Like they're so good. The whole
And I believe
story.
that actually is Frank Miller.
It is, yeah. And it's and like they had they even their like rebooted Justice League stuff when they did like the new 52 stuff. And they did like what was the first one that had Doomsday, not Doomsday, Darkseid in it. Like that movie was really good. Like they introduced Shazam.
Oh, yeah, that was the Justice League Origins or some shit.
Yeah, and like
think.
yeah, they introduced Shazam, Green Lantern, like all of them, and it's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, why couldn't they do it live action?
Mm-hmm. The first one of that that like they used Flashpoint to kick it off too is the fun part.
Yeah, I love that Flashpoint movie too. Like that is like that was the first one that I saw. After that, I'm like, okay, DC does have good stuff. It's just not in live action.
Yeah, it's animated. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember watching that and then seeing the fucking Flash on fire. I'm like, okay, this.
Yeah.
I love that scene. Yeah, the like seeing fucking Reverse Flash get shot through the fucking dome by Batman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he shows up in Suicide Squad.
Who, Batman?
No, Reverse Flash.
Oh no, I never saw that.
In the Suicide Squad movie, the entire Suicide Squad movie, while Reverse Flash is there, he reveals in the movie that there is a hole through his head because he has drawn in the reverse speed force to power himself, and the reason he's slowing down throughout the whole movie and he's so weak in that movie comparatively is because he has slowed down his like body's metabolism to prevent himself from dying right after the bullet went through his head.
Holy shit.
Like for him, the entirety of the Suicide Squad movie takes place between the instant of Batman's bullet hitting the back of his head and going through it. Like before he hits the ground, the whole Suicide Squad movie takes place in that time period.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That was like the one I skipped.
The movie's not great though. If you want to see a really good Suicide Squad movie, also DC animated movie, check out Assault on Arkham.
Yeah, that's the one that's on my watch list.
That movie is fucking like top, like that Suicide Squad.
Which hopefully James Gunn can bring us something like.
Yeah, I hope it's good.
That movie does look pretty good. I'm pretty pumped about it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I like King Shark. I like his dad bone.
Yeah,
And it's special. Can't beat that.
but yeah, that was Invincible.
Yeah, that was Invincible, and then our DC Marvel rant.
Yes. Surprisingly, never got in a fight club on a DC or Marvel character.
We should do that.
Oh well.
Batman versus Moon Knight.
What?
Batman versus Moon Knight.
I would go Batman.
I don't know. Moon Knight's pretty crazy.
Exactly?
He's got multiple personalities.
Yeah, that's not usually a good thing.
We'll see when the show comes out.
Okay.
Superman versus Sentry?
Sentry.
Yeah, probably. You're right.
I mean, it depends on the version of Superman, but Sentry's kind of literally designed to be better Superman, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean, like Sentry wouldn't beat like Thought Robot or Milkman, or probably Superboy Prime, but like generic basic bitch Superman, sure, yeah, probably Sentry.
Fair enough. See, we already did a Fight Club. We did two right there.
We did two right there. Bam, bam, bam.
Knocking them out. All right, the next topic, which is my topic.
You know who I want to see real quick in the MCU though? Gore.
The God Butcher?
Yes.
He's in the next Thor movie, so you're in love.
Is he? Did they actually bring him in?
Yeah, he's Christian Bale.
In Love and Thunder?
It's been so long since I've had guests.
Oh, no. Yeah! All right, that was it.
I don't know what
I
that
wanted
is.
it so bad it happened.
Yeah. No, that's literally Christian Bale is going to play him. He's in the next Thor movie.
That's an interesting casting.
I thought so too, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, Christian Bale is. I can honestly say I haven't seen a movie where I'm like, I don't like Christian Bale in this movie. Like, he's pretty good in like most movies. Like The Prestige, I love him, and like Dark Knight is hit and miss, but he's still good in that movie. I mean, he has over.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't really care for him as Batman, but I didn't care for any of those Batman movies.
I didn't care for him as Batman, but I loved him as Bruce Wayne.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. I only really like the first one. I think I'm gonna say it, but Dark Knight's overrated and not that great.
Oh my god, I agree completely.
Okay. I don't think I've watched that movie multiple times, and like every time I watch it, I'm like, this isn't that great.
Yeah,
but
no,
Batman Begins pretty good. I like Batman Begins a lot. And
I also enjoyed the first film and only the first film.
Dark Knight requires subtitles. That's fair.
Oh, and the last one is bad.
Yeah, the last one's real.
I'll say it. The last one's just bad.
The last one's shit.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks.
What's your name? Robin. Fuck off.
Yeah, oh my god. And like, why even do that if there's not gonna be any fucking follow-up? Like, why even do that?
You know what would have been smarter? What if he was just like, oh, my name's Richard, or my name's Dick? And then, like, there would be two camps, which is the way to do a reference like that for the record.
Yeah.
Is there's two camps. There's the camp that's like, I don't get it. And then there's the camp that's like, yeah!
Yeah, we love Dick!
Everyone loves Dick.
Everyone loves Dick. That's the new show. It's like everyone loves Raymond, but with Nightwing / Robin.
I'd fucking watch that. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Ray.
Just him comes home to his fucking orange wife.
Starfire?
Yeah.
Did they get together?
She left him at the altar technically, but
okay.
Because fucking writers can't handle romance. In comics, they're all really bad at it.
I don't know how to. I never had a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get shit on for that. Anyways, let's move on.
talking about how bad comic writers are at handling romantic plot lines. I really doubt it.
That's fair, yeah.
I think that's the least controversial thing we've said this podcast.
I'll say it, but I think still to this day, my favorite romance in a comic is Betty and Bruce Banner, because she's just always there, even though he's like a horrific monster.
I literally forgot who Betty was.
I didn't. Never forget Betty. Just
right
here, put a
if we're
tagline.
talking like comic romances, I am partial to Clark and Lois and Clark, if you will.
That's fair, yeah.
A good part of it might have to do with me like being a big Superman fan. Like Superman's my number one superhero, and I love Lois Lane so much.
As my next favorite would probably be Hank and Janet, just because it's so rocky and up and down because of his like alcoholism and everything. They like, I like that one too. Those things. Superhero comic books have bad romance. Outside of that, it's pretty good. Sure.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I lied. Peter and Mary Jane.
Peter and Mary Jane are good.
Yeah.
Peter, are they back together? Because I know for like 10 years they sold their marriage to the devil.
I think so.
I think they're officially back together. I don't know if they're married again, but pretty sure they're back together now.
Peter and MJ.
Yeah.
The Hulk.
Yeah, no, that's probably like my number two. Like the classic couples where you're like, "Aw."
Yeah, they never did anything wrong. Do you know Peter's never cheated on MJ?
Mm-hmm.
They're just cute.
Well, do we count being impregnated by a spider?
No.
That was Spider-Man Reign. I'm confident that's not canon anymore.
Didn't she at one point get paid? just reading that sentence. Love it.
The answer is yes. That was in Spider-Man Reign.
Rain, sleet, and snow.
Yeah.
It
was like rain, like rulership, though.
I know.
Not like. Okay.
That is dumb jokes.
Then either. It's Marvel Comics.
All right. This next one's gonna be quick. So.
Yeah, Tensura. You watched Tensura?
I did. I really like it. I'm not fully done with season 1 yet. But I am getting. I watch it. I watch out like a couple episodes a day. I think I am.
I was gonna say, did you watch season 2? Because I haven't watched season 2 yet.
I have not watched season 2 yet.
Okay, then we're fine.
Yeah, I think I'm almost done with season 1. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I just was like scrolling through Funimation, and I'm on episode 20 of season 1 now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just scrolling.
I hadn't realized it was 2 cores.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I was randomly scrolling through Funimation, and then this popped up, and I was like, you know what, I'll give it a try. And then I got sucked in because I'm like, this is starting off like, okay, it's whatever, like what's going on. Like I obviously like with the name that time I got reincarnated as slime, which boy, saying that out loud, it's a lot of title.
That's why people say Tensura.
Yeah. And yeah, and then he goes into the world, and then I'm like, this is like the fantasy show I've been looking for a while. I'm like, this is really cool. It has everything.
Is this your first foray into isekai?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I know. I could tell by how you said sure. But then I decided not to explain.
Isn't that what Digimon is?
Mm,
No, that's something else.
One, maybe? Maybe.
Yeah, like somebody referenced that before.
I think you could make an argument Digimon is an isekai, but I would not it's not what I would come to when I think of isekai. Isekai is in another world. Basically, it's when a character comes from like our world and gets shoved into a new, usually a fantasy world, as a method to sort of introduce the audience to the setting without having to explain anything. Like, so basically, the main character acts as an audience surrogate to explain the world to. So Tensura is, for example,
are you
an
tapping on
isekai
something?
because
Are you tapping on something?
Probably.
Okay, I was like,
I'm jiggling my leg. Why? Sorry.
okay,
Is it
no,
audible?
no. Yeah, I can hear it. I thought it was like a metronome.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
I'm surprised that's. Oh, unless RTX cut out.
I was gonna
Maybe
say,
yeah.
yeah, Discord's weird.
Maybe RTX cut out. Because usually it filters that out. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, so it was like, for example, he like dies or something. Does he die? He probably dies,
Yeah,
right?
he gets shot or stabbed. He gets stabbed. Yeah, he gets
I don't
stabbed.
fucking care. Anyway, he like dies and then he gets reincarnated as a slime in another world. And that's like all you need to know about the isekai genre. That's basically it. That's what happens to all of them. They die and then they end up in a fucking new world.
He's blown to Sarah and meets a guy who's like, "You're pretty. You're my wife now." I wish it worked like that.
Yeah, I would argue that the like shit like Fire Tripper and like Inuyasha aren't necessarily isekai. They're because I used to refer to Inuyasha as an isekai, and then it's been pointed out that it's a time travel story.
Can I say something on the Inuyasha front?
Sure.
I fucking hate that shit.
That is a bold claim.
I don't like it. My brother's girlfriend is obsessed with it, and I don't see why. It's good.
What is your problem with Inuyasha?
Boring.
I mean, how much Inuyasha have you watched?
I watched one season.
How much is one season of Inuyasha?
It was like 20 episodes. Some shit.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I can't remember. I watched it on like
It's
Tsunami.
you watched it on Tsunami? Okay. It's a fucking classic.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to rewatch it. Then I don't
by
get it.
Rumiko Takahashi.
Maybe I'll rewatch. I just thought it was boring, and I never
Yeah, don't
want. Okay.
don't. It's here's what I'll say. I like Inuyasha, but like all classics, it's kind of in a position where like what it did do has been done since and better.
Yeah.
Like Seinfeld.
So weird.
It's like Seinfeld.
So weird.
Yeah.
Comparison, but okay.
Yeah, like it was influential. What it did do, it has been done now. There's no real reason to like go back. Like I've seen all of it, and I enjoyed it. But if you've seen like 20 episodes, you basically have your like. I'm not gonna make the claim that it's going to get better for you because it honestly it isn't going to.
Fair enough. I'll stick to my
Like obviously, if you're a fan of it, it'll get better because you'll see how the character arcs progress. But I'm not gonna say that there's like one thing that's gonna like change your mind or anything. It's more like you'll just become acclimatized to it and just gradually like it out of familiarity rather than like it out of anything actually winning you over. Like you have the gist, Inuyasha probably.
Yeah.
At this point. Hell, at this point, all of the main characters have probably been introduced already.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. It's just bold statement. Didn't think it was that great.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not sure most people would argue on that great because it is kind of old, so
I like
most
a lot
people
of the older
think
stuff, though.
most people wouldn't fight you on it. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Like obviously, like your Dragon Balls, Z's, like Fist and North Star, shit like
Yeah,
that.
they'll
like,
fucking fight you on those, but
they will.
but I don't think anyone's gonna fight you on Inuyasha. I think they'll just be like, it's a matter of preference. Like I enjoy Inuyasha. I mean, it's not great though. I will say that.
Fair enough.
But anyway, Tensura, right?
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the show and excited to watch a little bit more. I'm at the part where he just got to the school and he's like working with the kids. That's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, he like goes after like they beat the giant shark thing or whatever. He goes to the school because he has like that dream or whatever. And he like meets up with the kids. You want to watch a Miku Takahashi series? I have a list.
Yeah, no fucking idea.
Well, that's where I'm
I
at.
went to look it up. I guess season 1 is in fact 24 episodes, so I must have seen it. You have to keep in mind, I finished this anime on April 7th, 2019, apparently.
So 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Apparently they're making a 4th season of Overlord, though, which is also an isekai.
I've been intrigued by Overlord, just haven't watched it yet. I think my next one is Cells at Work. I'm gonna watch.
Watch the first season
Of Overlord.
and then stop.
Fair enough. So maybe I'll just watch that next. Yeah, because I was gonna watch Cells at Work. That was my.
Oh no, watch Cells at Work.
Okay.
If your option is between Overlord and Cells at Work, watch Cells at Work.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I think we're gearing up to my annual UU watching. So.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Fuck you, I love you.
Well, you know what? Everyone's wrong sometimes.
Well, it's tournament after tournament after tournament, and I love it.
Just a bunch of tournaments. God.
I love it.
It's just 4 tournaments with a brief videotape excursion. It's 4 tournaments and they go to Blockbuster in the middle of it.
You're really not wrong. But I love it. It's one of the OGs for me, so I watch it every year. It's only like 100 and something episodes, so it's a quick watch.
Have you seen Hunter x Hunter?
Megan and I are rewatching that right now.
Okay.
Because I got like...
I was going to say, well, if you enjoy that, you might also enjoy Hunter x Hunter because it's done by the same guy.
Yeah, we're rewatching that because I got like partway through it and then I stopped watching it. I have terrible ADHD and I never finished anything. So her and I are watching that now because that's like one of her favorites.
Fun fact, the creator of Yu Yu Hakusho / Hunter x Hunter is married to the creator of
Sailor Moon. Yep, I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. Somebody told me. I don't remember who it was.
Probably me. I love that fact.
I don't know. No.
It's not even the first time I mentioned it on the podcast.
In what world, 100 episodes of quick watch? Well, when you watch stuff like Dragon Ball, from Dragon Ball to GTN Super, and also One Piece and all of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, 100 episodes is a quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen all of that, and fucking 100 episodes is still a lot.
Any filler I always skip too. Which is 90%
I will
Naruto.
say it was back when I read manga. 100 chapters, on the other hand, I would not get out of bed I literally would not read a series unless it had 100 chapters.
Yeah, 100 episodes go by quick because like I'll watch it like at work and stuff, and like I've already seen it too. So half time I'll just have that background noise. So unless I'm really like watching like this, like I'm watching it, so like I'm actually paid attention. But like shit, like Dragon Ball and shit, like I'll literally just throw on the background and just kind of like pay attention when I like one of the parts that I really like comes up. More just background noise.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I mean,
so are we ready to move on from Tensura?
Oh yeah, I'm excited to finish it.
Anyway, as someone who has actually watched season 1 of Tensura, by the way, I gave it, I think, a 7. I probably fuck you. What did I give it? I gave it a 7. I probably talked about it in like an episode of Water or Wadawa or some shit. You can probably find it if you want.
Yeah,
if you want a more probably 2019, probably Wadawa. If you want a full review of it, I probably did one, but I don't fucking remember.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch the second season like right after too, just so watch it all.
And then you'll be ahead of me because I won't be watching it anytime soon. I'm watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX right now.
Another thing I've never.
It's really stupid. GX is. It's like
It's fucking dumb.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like serious and stuff. GX doesn't give a fuck, my dude.
All right, let's get on to the main event, which is anime, quote, quote, dartboard, unquotes. Because we're not actually throwing darts.
John, what is Anime Dartboard?
Anime Dartboard is our monthly book club where we watch whichever anime that is randomly selected, and we give our thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
What?
You were about to say something and I kind of cut you off there?
It's gone.
My bad. Anime Dartboard number 11, double ones, Aoharu Machinegun, as it is known in English. So Aoharu Machinegun was selected, like it was on the list in the first place because I was under the mistaken impression that it was part of the incredibly obscure and yet incredibly good subgenre of shoujo series where they give girls guns to shoot each other in survival games, and I have never seen a bad anime with that premise. So that was where that came from. What did you think of Aoharu Machinegun?
It was alright.
I actually could not hear you. I'm sorry.
It was alright.
It was alright?
Yeah, it kind of like, as soon as so obviously I didn't know jack shit about this, but as soon as they came up with like the whole airsoft thing, I'm like, ugh. It just, I don't know. It was alright.
That was actually the whole premise.
Yeah.
Was that it was about airsoft. What did you think it was going to be about when I read to you about it being airsoft?
I must have glanced over that part because I remember you talking about the girls with guns thing. I was like, fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. I thought it was going to be like a
real guns.
I thought it was going to be like a kind of like a it's like a Sword Art Online type of deal where like, you know, someone gets transported into another world, they gotta like fight. But it was not that.
Okay. If you want that, I will make two suggestions to you right now. Sword Art Online Alternative Gun Gale Online was like one of the best anime of the year it came out. It was not written by Reki Karahara, so it is actually good. And Black Lagoon.
I've heard of Black Lagoon. Yeah, somebody mentioned that to me.
Watch those two. I think they're both on Netflix. At least Gun Gale is on
I know.
Netflix.
I think Gun Gale is already in my watch list, which is a mile long.
Okay. And yeah, Black Lagoon. I would recommend those if you want to see girls actually shoot each other.
I do like that.
With actual guns.
And like, so another thing I didn't like about this was the whole I'm a girl, but I'm pretending to be a boy thing, because that is so fucking overdone. And I'm just over it. I'm just over that. Reki,
well, I feel it made sense in this context, in that she would have gotten kicked out of the team, and she wouldn't have been able to pay the debt, so it made sense.
But the debt was paid off in like an episode.
Yeah, that surprised me. They really just paid it off immediately.
Yeah, and that's when I was like, all right, you lost me.
I thought that was a bit abrupt as well. But she did want to keep playing airsoft with them, so I understood the motivations.
Yeah, like that made sense, but I'm like
it's just not a trope that bothers me.
It doesn't bother me, but it's just I've seen it. I think it's a thing too. Like I've seen it too many times, like the last year or two, like with different shit that I've watched, and I'm just like another one. You know what I mean? We're doing this again. You know?
I kind of understand where you're coming from. I feel like that's very much a feeling of days gone past for me.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I've seen so much anime that everything you could possibly do is a cliche.
That's fair, yeah. And like
everything is a cliche to me at this point, because I've seen it all before. So it's like I don't get bothered by the cliches. It's just like, how well are you doing it?
And like coming off of like Game of Lapis too, like everyone thought he was a girl too. Like that was like another thing that was like, okay, so like everyone thinks
I
she's
feel
a
like that's a
boy.
completely different trope.
I know, but it's like same, you know? Like everyone thinks she's a boy, but everyone thinks he was a girl. It was like one of those things. I'm like, it's like, you know.
I think hiding your gender does, like, as opposed to being mistaken for a different gender, is a
No,
completely
okay,
different.
yeah. No, when you put it like that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, like that is I'm gonna argue that is not the same trope at all.
Fair. Fair, yeah.
But yeah. So this is part of the like airsoft subgenre that exists for some fucking reason.
I didn't
It
know that was a
was,
thing.
as it turns out, it's a shonen series, so it isn't actually part of the shoujo subgenre that I have discovered that only I am aware of.
The other thing too is it wasn't on anything but VRV, so I had to actually pay to watch this.
Oh, do you not have a Verve?
No, I do, but like after I'm done using it, I just cancel it.
Oh,
So
okay.
like so when I need it for the show, I'll just reactivate it. Yeah. So like when we do this, I just reactivate it if I need it.
Oh, I just re-up every month.
I don't watch enough stuff. There's not enough dubbed on there for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it actually. I think this is like the first I think this is the first instance of me just straight up giving it a positive score without you giving it a positive score.
It's not that I didn't like it. I just like it was just all right. You know what I mean? Like I liked it, but I just was like I wasn't sucked into it like I was the last one, or what other one did I really like?
You really liked
Thieves.
Boy and Its Beast,
Yeah,
Ben Meshi Cecil, and
Time of Eve.
you liked Lopless.
Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah, it was just like I don't know, like maybe it was just the premise that I wasn't super into, but like I thought it was a well thought out show. Like I didn't think it was like bad. It was just like all right.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I would agree. I don't think it's great by any metric. It's not Sabagebu for sure. But what is? I also noticed that it kind of falls into sort of the like shoujo girls with guns trope of the main character being a fucking psycho.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was
But the
kind of
main
like.
character is less of a psycho than the main character Sabagebu. But it's also portrayed way more seriously.
Yeah, like
In this,
the episode where like she's getting her gun, like and with the store owner or whatever, and like you just see like the red eyes and stuff. I'm just like,
yeah, she goes fucking crazy. I really like the portrayal of the bloodlust.
yeah.
Um,
I was just like, it's an airsoft.
yeah, man.
That was the whole thing. Like if it was anything else, like it would have been cool. But I'm like, "Dude, airsoft."
They're really fucking serious about airsoft.
I mean, I guess, yeah, but I mean, this is like, right?
I mean, that's for me. That's part of the charm. Is that it's sort of like non-serious consequences.
Yeah,
Um, there's a great joke about it that I think it lasts for like 1 or 2 episodes in School Rumble, which is an amazing comedy anime series where they're playing airsoft and they portray it as the most serious shit you've ever seen. But yeah, I liked all of the characters for the most part. I wasn't super invested. I wasn't super invested into any of them. I just kind of like generally liked everything without going like there was nothing particularly stand out or excellent about it.
Yeah, I thought the porn manga stuff was really funny. Like anytime, like he would just like show up and just have it.
Yeah,
I like that, and like how he like waited for the porn game.
mm-hmm. I also watched the 13th episode, which I doubt you did because you kind of have to you had to look around for that one. It wasn't bundled with the rest of the series on Verve. It was on Verve, but you had to intentionally find it.
Yeah, because I
me.
accidentally almost watched the OVA. Accidentally.
Yes, that is the 13th episode.
Oh, but I did not.
Yeah, this is what I expected. You didn't miss a lot. It was her mostly being like, "All right, I'm gonna tell the guys that I'm a girl," and then you don't like really see the aftermath from that. No, that was episode 12. I am incorrect. The 13th episode is they go to an airsoft tournament where they all have to dress up in like dumb Halloween costumes.
Maybe I should have.
It's fun. It's nothing excellent. It's fun.
It's just there.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was probably one of my more favorite episodes of the show, but I wouldn't say go out of your way to watch it if you haven't already. Yeah, I just like generally liked it. Gave it a 7 out of 10.
The whole series.
Yeah,
I would put it.
I
There
give
too.
the 13th episode probably also a 7 out of 10, right? Yeah, a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I would give it a 7 too. Like, it wasn't unwatchable. It just was like the premise to me was kind of like meh, but it was still like a well written show. Like the voice acting, it was perfectly fine. The action scenes, they were fun to watch. They're just kind of like, why is it airsoft? Isn't it real guns? I want to see people getting their head blown off. But that's just me. So I like that. I like that. That's shit that I like. So I'm pretty pumped to watch Berserk again. Yeah, I need my gore after this.
Yeah. For me, that's the charm.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I can see why people would like it. This is unfortunate. It wasn't really something.
Gotcha.
I still liked it. It was all right. It was watchable. It definitely wasn't Magical Warfare or Pat Labor, but
fuck, it wasn't fucking Magical Warfare.
Yeah, that show was fucking horrendous. I made it through.
Is the worst thing we've ever seen.
I don't know. I got through that, but I didn't get through Pat Labor.
You did get through Pat Labor. Are you mistaking Pat Labor for Skycrawlers? Have you blocked Skycrawlers so completely out of your head that you have just completely swapped the names of these two series?
That's right, yeah. I didn't make it through Skycrawlers because I literally fell asleep and then never watched it.
Yeah.
Never mind. I hated it so much I completely forgot about it.
You definitely made it through Pat Labor. You had notes on it. Including a note about a man being kicked in the balls and saying, "I have a wife," and you were like, "I thought that was funny," and I'm really, like, "Okay, that's an interesting note you've made."
That was really. I need to start doing notes again. I have a wife. So now I need to find that online and watch that. So it's actually really fun to see. Like, who responds to that like that? I have a wife.
Everyone.
I don't.
I responded to it like that last week.
All right, so that was whatever.
Aoharu Machinegun, yes.
Yeah, that one. Machinegun Kelly.
All right, let's let me find the one I have the fucking wheel on. All right, it's already inputted, so we're gonna shuffle, and spin that wheel.
I can never tell by your face, like, if it's gonna be something good or bad. I love that.
Oh my.
Oof. Okay.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh, there's gonna be some excited motherfuckers for this one.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm not super looking forward to it, but I'm certain there's gonna be a pop-off when I read this. Muso Diarinin, also known as Paranoia Agent.
Okay.
Winter 2004 anime by animated by Studio Madhouse, directed by the legendary Satoshi Kon. It is 13 episodes, And its licensors are Funimation and Genon Entertainment USA. So it looks like it's a Funimation series.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely not an.
This anime was awarded the Silver Prize in Animation Jury Award and Audience Award at Fantasia International Film Festival in 2004 in Montreal, Canada. The infamous shonen bat Lil Slugger is terrorizing the residents of Musashino City, flying around on his rollerblades and beating people down with a golden baseball bat. The assailant seems impossible to catch, much less understand. His first victim, the well-known timid character designer Tsukiko Sagi, is suspected of orchestrating the attacks. Believed only by her anthropomorphic pink stuffed animal, Maromi, Tsukiko is just one of Shonen Bat's many victims. As Shonen Bat continues his relentless assault on the town, detectives Kaiichi Ikari and Mitsuhiro Maniwa begin to investigate the identity of the attacker. However, more and more people fall victim to the notorious Golden Bat, and the news of the assailant begins circulating around the town. Paranoia starts to set in as chilling rumors spread amongst adults and children alike. Will the two detectives be able to unravel the truth behind Shonen Bat, or will the paranoia get to them first? This is a mystery, dementia, police, psychological, supernatural drama thriller. It's rated R+ for mild nudity. Show was fucking expensive for years until Funimation came through with the Blu-ray. Let me get you an image for you to put this up on screen. So Paranoia Agent is obviously, it is directed by the legendary Satoshi Kon. That is not an exaggeration.
Where'd you put that?
Nowhere yet.
Oh.
It's not even on my computer yet.
Oh, hold on. I can just pull.
Well, hang on. I got it. Wait, where did I just put it? Probably put it in podcast topics. I did. I put it in podcast topics. Okay, it's in heaven. There you go. Anyway, yeah. So obviously directed by the legendary Satoshi Kon, and it's just like considered like a classic anime. That's why it's on here. It's just like a classic on every level. And you know how I love to watch my anime history. So there you go.
Well, we did it. We got
There
through.
you go.
We got it. So, May's really pumped for this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's a really big Satoshi Kon fan. I think she wrote an essay on him at one point.
I'm pretty pumped for this. This type of anything is right up my alley. I like the crime thrillers and stuff like that. So this actually sounds. This probably maybe we don't know. Might be my favorite.
Maybe. Satoshi Kon big dick filmography includes Magnetic Rose, Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, Tokyo Godfathers, Paprika, and Paranoia Agent. I have not actually seen Magnetic Rose.
Yeah, Paprika's on my list. That's been recommended. Nah, I expect mind fucking. I do like mind fucking. I did.
Yeah, it's from Magnetic Rose from Memories. Oh, never mind. I have seen it. Yeah, I believe it's a psychological thriller.
I like that.
Which is pretty much the only thing Satoshi Kon makes, with the exception of Tokyo Godfathers.
Fair enough.
Yes, so I have seen all. So actually, I have seen everything he's made other than this. So that's another reason this is on here.
Understandable.
Yeah, 13 episodes. Pretty popular, pretty famous. Millennium Actress wasn't a thriller. That is true. Yeah, it also, I would argue, not psychological. I would argue it's a character study. It's good though. Millennium Actress is possibly my favorite movie from Satoshi Kon, along with Perfect Blue. So yeah, I'm expecting it to be good. I'm expecting to like it. I'm not expecting it to blow my hair back because I'm not the biggest Satoshi Kon fan. But I'm sure this will be a pretty popular pick. This is probably the most popular thing we've ever had show up here. So
That's neat.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
expecting a banger then. I'm expecting it
maybe.
now. Yeah.
What I will say, the average mouse score is 7.68.
Okay.
Which is middle of the row, pretty much. It's like mid tier. It like a lot of like classics. It's loved by like the sort of snobby anime snob type people. But
Mate, I don't think you're snobby, but Zach might.
Maid is actually, I believe, the person with the closest amount of like I think as far as like mouse scores on all my mouse friends, I believe Maid has the closest ratings to me of anyone on my friends list.
Well, tune in on, I believe, June 5th will be the next one. Which will be a pseudo birthday extravaganza.
Oh shit!
We're actually on my birthday. We're playing nothing but Mega Man X2 all day. That game 12 times. Fuck it.
Do it once for every year.
No. You almost made me say it, but no. Which is funny because I didn't have to shit you. So yeah,
no one should. Let me tell you, as someone who has seen like over 750 anime, there is genuinely no value into going that far. Like, actually, legitimately stop.
I think that's one of the reasons why I haven't seen a lot. Cause like, if something gets recommended to me, I'm like normally like, oh yeah, dude, totally. But 9 times out of 10, I won't like it because like obviously like I like the more fightier ones and stuff like that. So like those are the ones I'm gonna gravitate towards. Like obviously Dragon Ball, JoJo, Yu Yu, Naruto, like all like all those ones because like they got the fighties. I like a good punchy boy. But then again, I mean, I did like stuff like Time of Eve and Game of Lapis and all that stuff.
Watch Black Lagoon for realsies.
Black Lagoon.
Mm-hmm.
I will do that. I will do that. That'll be on the list for next.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like doing the podcast now because it's like broadening my horizon more. I'm like, okay, so I like this show, so maybe I should check out maybe this thing because it's like the same type of thing.
So. What I will say as a sort of reflection is, in a way, watching a lot of anime is like doing drugs.
Go on.
And that over time you build up a resistance. So like when you're young and you're first getting into anime, everything is great and bright and you enjoy everything, or you really hate everything and it's the worst anime you've ever seen and it's terrible. And you give your 1s and your 10s and your 2s and your 9s. But like once you've been around the block for, at this point, I've been watching anime for 2 decades now. Like everything's just kind of shit. Like everything's just gray. It's like that South Park episode where Stan sees everything turn to poop. That's me.
I was about to compare that to Stan.
Yeah, it's like everything is just 5 at this point. So yeah, that's my warning. Don't
do it.
Don't stop at some point.
Yeah, just watch the stuff that you want to watch.
Yeah, watch what you want to watch. Have fun. Just watch whatever you want. Like even I stopped watching anime for like, what was it, 5 years straight or something like that. 3 years. I think it was 3 years. Like, I just did not watch anime for 3 years. I just played a bunch of video games instead.
Yeah, like I've done that. I've spent time. But you know, I always seem to go back to it too. Like when I started doing my yearly watches of stuff like Dragon Ball and like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that. I was like, oh, you know, maybe I should try this. That's when I was like, you know, everyone talks about Naruto, so I watched Naruto when I was like 28. You know, so I'm like, everyone's talked about this show for so long. It's almost done with this dub, so why not power watch the entire thing? Never gonna do that again, but I did it.
Yeah. The thing is, like, the gap between like 400 and 700 is negligible.
Yeah.
I really don't feel like my perspective on anime has changed much since then.
Hmm.
The only real it's like reflecting, because I think there is a record of when I was still at 400. I think there are videos of me when I was back then, and like the only real difference is like I'm just slightly more worn down. Like, imagine like a chair that you've had for years and you've been sitting in it, and you know it's a cool chair, but it's kind of broken down and beat up. Now, like, age that forward by like 5 more years, and like it's the same chair and it still functions as a chair, but like it's just more beat up now. Like, it's like that. It's like functionally my perspective hasn't changed. I'm just a little more dogged down.
That's like me in like a lot of like retro games because I've played them for so long. That like someone would be like, "Oh, you should play Contra," and I'm like, "Fine."
Yeah, fine. I'll play Contra. Yeah. Like, there is a, now don't get me wrong, like, your perspective as an anime watcher will change over time. Like, the difference between 1 anime and 10 anime and like 100 anime, that's a fucking difference. The difference between 100 anime and 500 anime, that's a fucking difference. But the difference between like 500 and 700, that's nothing.
Yeah, like
You're the same person, you just slightly don't like anime quite as much.
I'm probably at like 30.
Yeah.
If I could put a number to it, like I'd have to actually like I should actually do a Mal list now since like I have more than
I've offered this when we first started the podcast. I would love to be there on air in some like subsidiary thing where we just make you a Mal list. I would love that.
I'm down for that. I'll do that. Yeah.
That is my idea of a good time.
It's got to be. I would have to say, if I could put a number on it, it's got to be like 30. It's got to be between 25 and 25.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do it live. Like, do it as a stream. I would be so fucking down.
Do it on my stream, or?
Yeah, well, it would be your thing. Yeah, obviously.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
I honestly don't know. I don't think we can stream your footage onto my computer.
That's what I was like, wait a minute. Fuck.
That's me with video games. Funny enough, don't aside from SMT5, don't have much interest in games. There's a push for a new system I have no interest in. In fact, the games almost always require updates to work. So I'm like, oh, hey, an anime from the 80s. Yeah, I'll watch that. Yeah, I go off and on between anime and video games. Like, it just flip-flops for me. Sometimes I go into Western cartoons also, which I actually do legitimately watch because there are some good Western cartoons. Like, I really need to watch the last season of My Little Pony.
Yeah. See, I'm like the opposite. Like, I hyper focus on one thing at one time because my ADHD and stuff like that. So like one day I'll be like, I don't want to do anything but listen to music all day. Another day will be like, okay, well, this is definitely a video game day, or I'll just watch a TV show or a movie or an anime or whatever. Which really sucks is when it comes to like being like a consistent streamer. There's just some days I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, I'm different with that. I also have ADHD, but instead of focusing on one thing, I find that impossible, and I can only focus on multiple things at once.
Yes, so that's the thing too. Like sometimes I do that too, where like I'll have. That's why I never get anything done because I have multiple projects being going on. Like there was one point where I was working on a YouTube video, I was working on fixing stream stuff, I was working on a music project, and I was also like learning how to code shit. all at the same time, and then none of those things are a thing.
Pardon.
So
Yeah. So if you ever wonder how I get through shit so fast, and I have I played a 300-hour video game and also watched these 5 movies. That's how I do it.
yeah.
It's because I'm actually doing them at the same time.
I do that a lot too. Like I'll either have my tablet and my phone up, and I'll be watching something on it while I'm like just running through a game or whatever. Like I was doing that with River City. Like I was watching that and like that time I got reincarnated slime and whatnot. I was doing it at the same time. I was watching that and playing the game at the same time. Especially if I played the game multiple times, I always have somebody else in the background too. Like right now, I'm trying to run through a couple games that I've beaten a whole bunch of times just to get some content. Because my train of thought is if I start recording something, I'm going to start working on stuff. Hopefully. Also, I have the problem of getting all the previous stuff I worked on back on this computer because apparently I forgot to save it, which is really annoying. So I gotta do that because I have my intros and all that stuff saved, and I have to redo all of them. Much work.
I was supposed to make a video on the UQ holder anime, and then I accidentally deleted the audio for it, and then I just scrapped the whole video.
No, I would have 100%. I would have scrapped that whole video, then uninstalled the editor program. I'm just done. No thanks.
So I've decided that instead I will I'll just make, because I don't know if you know this, my most popular video ever was I explained what happened in Nejima, like the manga, which is my favorite manga of all time.
Yeah, I believe you told me about this.
Yeah, and so what I decided to do is once UQ Holder the manga is over, and I have like the copy of all of it, I'll just make a united Akamatsu verse timeline, which I feel is like something I would be the best person to do. If that makes any sense.
You found your niche.
Like I feel like if I'm an expert on anything, it is the works of Ken Akamatsu. So it's currently at 16K views, actually. Surprisingly enough.
Pretty dope.
Yeah. Yeah, Zach, if you want pretentious as fuck anime, I watched one today. It was called Cat Soup.
Delicious.
I literally ate that on Tuesday.
Cat soup?
Cat Soup. What is this? This is Nekojiru Suo. Man, who did this? This is done by Masaki Yusa. Nope, this is done by Tatsuo Sato. What has Tatsuo Sato done? Adam the Beginning. Okay. Well, right off the bat, huh? No, did planning for Gunslinger Girl, but didn't actually make Gunslinger Girl. There's a lot of really, oh my god, really? This was pretentious? This dude made something pretentious? This is all fucking cheap garbage. He's only made cheap garbage. Beautifully animated, cute art style, no clue what the fuck happened. You know what? Fair enough. But it's an adaptation of a manga. That's why. Okay, so he just adapted it. I thought it was original. I was like, this guy made something pretentious? Anyway, yeah, I think that's all of the topics I have for us. I don't know. You're hosting.
I am hosting, and apparently stuff's just... Oh, because I'm an idiot. Yeah, so anyways, thank you for watching. As always, we've been your hosts, and my name is John. And Zach, where can we find you?
You can find me here
At home.
on twitch.tv/sacrabalic. That is, of course, spelled SACRABALIC. And if you ever need to know how to spell it, remember, sacrabalic.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I've been your host tonight, ConquertheJohn. You can find me everywhere at ConquertheJohn, Twitter, TikTok, all that stuff. I've been sucked into the world of social media. We will be returning to Bloodborne tomorrow, maybe? Actually, no. Tomorrow's going to be Sexy Game Sunday with Bayonetta. That's right, because I replaced Shitty Game Sundays with Sexy Game Sundays. We're doing Bayonetta.
You've just gotten rid of Shitty Game Sundays completely.
Not right now. I can't think of anything good right now. So until...
Really? For Shitty Game Sundays, you can't think of anything good.
Anything that I want, that I know is crap and I want to play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I can think of
Fair
100 things. Spoilers, I did think of doing just a Shrek night where we just play Shrek games.
Oh, fuck Shrek.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let me clarify. I don't have a problem with Shrek as a character or any of the Shrek movies. It's the Shrek memes, they've worn me down.
No,
and I
that's
kind
fair.
of like, by just like, familiarity breeds contempt. And I hate memes just in general. So now I see Shrek and I'm just like, oh, there's fucking Shrek.
I'm going to post one meme a day in the Discord.
What?
I'm going to post one meme a day in your Discord.
Don't.
All of a sudden, I'm just removed. Zach has blocked you on Twitch. You kept on posting fucking Shrek memes.
Fucking fuck.
But anyways, yeah. Bayonetta, Sexy Game Sunday.
Oh, and I am going to maybe stream Strikers tomorrow. I really want to get just through Strikers. And I almost did it yesterday, but something came up last minute.
Understandable. I'll probably either be in there or right into you.
Yeah.
Then abruptly leave so I don't get spoiled.
I'm actually trying to stream earlier in the day now.
Yeah, like Wednesdays are my days where I stream during the day now. That's like my new thing.
Mm-hmm. So
nobody can find me at 8:30, between 8 and 8:30. But anyways, it's been fun. Next month is double digits.
Yes, I think we have to do a thing for that.
We'll figure that out because I don't remember what we said we were gonna do.
I kind of have to rewatch the podcasts myself.
Which is weird because I watched the last one the other day. I watched episode 7 a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it must be before that. It must be like 2 or 3 where we said we were.
It was when we were talking about episode 42 being a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, well, that's a definite. That's an easy one.
I don't know if you remember when that was. I don't either.
It had to be like 3 or 4. Possibly
something like
5.
that.
Definitely wasn't 7 or 8.
Okay. Well, that fucking helps, if we're being honest.
We're narrowing it down.
Yeah. Anyway, this has gone on for too long. How long have we been going at this point? 4.5. This is too much, John.
This is just right.
This is
just
like the longest one ever.
You said that last time. You say that every time.
And it keeps getting longer. I wanted it to get shorter.
Next month will be 5 hours.
No. See, this is why fucking Fight Club was a mistake.
So catch us next month for the not return to Fight Club.
Yes. No, it will be. It's Shiki Fujiwara versus Fumetto.
But anyways, we love you all. Thank you, and have a great night.
And she has Dragon Slayer.
She does have Dragon Slayer.
She'll have Dragon Slayer for this fight, yes.
Hell yeah. Anyways, good night, good luck, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for Bayonetta.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Tee-hee.